And as a country, we need to extend beyond the public service and once again be able to support our young people, our school leavers, with receiving financial assistance so as to be able to afford tertiary education, whether in Anguilla or abroad. We know Grenada Haven is to be rebuilt as a result of the existing location being demolished to accommodate airport expansion and the cost of $2.2 million for the year 2025. Now, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned the cost for the airport expansion, I note the Executive Council minutes, which would have October of 2024, which would have spoken of some 32 parcels of land to be acquired. And this is the 10th of October 2024 Executive Council minutes. And it says land acquisition under the Land Acquisition Act for the expansion of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. And presumably this is the reason why the Grenada Haven has to be relocated. And it says that the Honorable Minister for Home Affairs and Lands presented the proposal for the acquisition of lands necessary for the expansion of Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. The expansion will allow the airport to accommodate larger aircraft and improve Anguilla's connectivity with international markets. And the Minister outlined the acquisition of approximately 32 properties that are required for this project. Council also acknowledged potential disruptions for landowners and suggested completing the acquisitions in a single phase. And so presumably what this means is that the acquisition of the 32 parcels of properties are to be acquired in a single phase and not phased out over a period of time. The Council also agreed for the acquisition of the eastern lands for airport expansion, the creation of an acquisition team, which included some civil servants and other persons, the Attorney General to action the memorandum dated 27th May 2024 from the Director of Lands and Surveys to recover monies owed to the government of Anguilla in the sum of $1,144,124.05 following the Privy Council decision on the award by the Board of Assessment. And the money referenced in paragraph 6 of the memorandum owed to the government of Anguilla be deducted from the sum paid to acquire lands, namely Block 78913B, Parcel 336, and this approach be communicated by the AG's chambers. And so, Government of Anguilla is to set aside monies for the acquisition in the 2025 budget. And so, we see in this 2025 budget, Madam Speaker, the cost of the acquisition of these 32 parcels of land and other acquisition costs set out in this budget. And I want to note as well that the cost of the Grenada Haven to be rebuilt is some $2.2 million, and that's allocated for the year 2025. So, Madam Speaker, we have 38 pages of an address with a lot of flowery words that says that this government has lost its way. It's an address that says that this government is hell-bent on keeping the tax burden on the people of Anguilla so high that they can brag about the infrastructural projects that they started while the people continue to suffer. And this budget, once again, fails to put people first. In fact, I would dare say that this 2025 budget is on steroids, with little aforethought, little planning, and a whole lot of faith that there will be no major external or internal shocks for the next 3 to 5 years in order to support the major cost that this government budget has for 2025. And let me say, and let me explain why I say the policy decisions in this 2025 budget is reckless. On page 2 of the Premier's budget in 2021, in his budget address, The Premier stated at page 2 that, quote unquote, prudent management of our resources has forced us to revert to 2019 expenditure levels, end quote. So what he is saying in this 2021 budget is, one, a recognition that the 2019 expenditure levels was a prudent management of our resources at that time. These are his words. This is his budget, signed by him, delivered by him in 2021. And I reference this for a number of reasons. Number one, during his address, the Premier spoke about meeting the equivalent of 1 day's reserves when he took office in July of 2020. And what he conveniently omitted and continues to omit is the fact that the previous Anguilla United Front administration closed the country in March of 2020 in order to protect residents of Anguilla from the terrible effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The country was dealing with a crisis of unknown length and severity. The hotels were closed and our main industry, tourism, was crippled. Many persons were either unemployed or underemployed, and monies had to be reallocated to improving our health services to address the cases of COVID-19 on island.
Madam Speaker, misrepresentation. Would you like me to explain? The member is giving the impression that the dollar figure was only for that of 2020, but the 2019 and the 2020 budget shows that the dollar figure and the 1 day, worth of reserves goes back to 2017, 18, 19, and 20.
Yes, when there was no COVID, so it is indeed a misrepresentation. So I will ask you to withdraw that statement or rephrase your statement.
Madam Speaker, I am speaking about when the Premier made the statement that when they took over office in 2020. And that is what I'm referring to. So there's no misrepresentation of my statement.
But the figure doesn't change. That's what the member is saying.
But, I'm not arguing about the figure. I am saying when this occurred was in 2020. When this administration took over, that was the case, and there were a number of factors that were impacting that.
Madam Speaker?
We can argue about this all day, but I'm not withdrawing my statement because it's absolutely accurate. So you can keep standing.
Okay. Madam Speaker, may I speak? Madam Speaker, the member just said that the Honorable Premier forgot to mention that at the time in reference of the 1 day worth of reserves, there was an unprecedented global pandemic. This gives the impression that prior to this unprecedented global pandemic, that there were reserves. My comment is simply that from 2017 to 2020, the country was operating on less than 1 day's worth of reserves. And so the reserves number has nothing to do with COVID-19.
Right, and that is my ruling. It is misleading, yes, indeed. Let the record show that it is. You may continue, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when this government took office in 2020, there were a number of factors impacting Anguilla. And the people of Anguilla will remember, that prior to COVID-19 pandemic that caused our island to close in March of 2020, in 2017, we experienced Hurricane Irma, which was the strongest hurricane to affect Anguilla in recent times. It was a Category 5. Prior to that, there was the banking resolution that was required as a result of the banking situation where under the previous AUM administration, the then Chief Minister placed our two indigenous banks, NBA and CCB, in conservatorship in 2013. And for 2 years, those two indigenous banks remained in conservatorship until change in government in 2015. And on entering government in 2015, we were met with the banking situation. And that banking situation, let me remind some of the members here, because I know some of them have read the banking report was as a result.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. That is misrepresentation. We have not
Indeed it is.
seen the banking report,
Correct.
not even the first page of the banking report.
Madam Speaker,
Members, please.
Madam Speaker, at least the premier, because we can go back and forth and I see what's happening, and so it's quite amusing actually. The premier would have seen the banking report, and he would have seen the list of debtors that owed significant funds to the bank. And he would have known and understood that those big loans, those 10 big loans, were in large part a reason why the banks, and certainly NBA, failed. Other members may be aware as well. But the reality is that today we have a strong NCBA bank, a bank that is no longer under conservatorship, no longer a bridge bank, and in a position where the shares could be sold, because we all know that governments are not in the habit of owning bank shares, or owning a bank. And so at some point, that bank and the shares in the bank will have to be sold. And it was always anticipated that on the sale of those bank shares, the debt that would have been incurred in the banking resolution would be used to, the monies from the sale would be used to pay off those debts. But what the Premier, in speaking and making representations, and not just in his budget address, but continuously in press conferences, on radio, etc., gave the impression as if the previous administration would have misused funds. But he himself, in his 2021 budget, acknowledged that the 2019 budget represented prudent financial management. And in 2020, when this government took office, the country was closed, but government services still need to be provided. Funds had to be reallocated for health to provide the infrastructure needed for the COVID-19 and to deal with cases from the pandemic. And the hotels were closed. Our main industry, tourism, was crippled. And many persons were either unemployed or underemployed. And in the interim, all government services still need to be provided. Public servants need to be paid. Debt obligations need to be managed. And it was for this reason that the former Premier, the Honorable Victor Banks, and the team in the Ministry of Finance had the foresight to negotiate with the UK government COVID relief funding to the tune of EC $100 million. With conditions, and those conditions are set out in an MOU. And one of the conditions in the MOU was that the government, the then government, had agreed to continue to implement the goods and services tax in the phased manner as agreed. Phased manner. And what we have today is a goods and services tax that was implemented in one shot. There was no phased approach. And so it lends one to believe that there was a renegotiating of the terms of that MOU when this government took office. And the reason why I say that, Madam Speaker, is because prior to elections, the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government Business would have asserted that on taking office, he would not have accepted the $100 million COVID relief, and that he had no intention of implementing the goods and services tax because he had a plan. His government had a plan. But all we saw was an 11-point plan, an 11-point statement, paragraphs, or even phrases about what they would do. No manifesto, no detailed plan provided to the public, and in fact, it's almost to me that this budget address is almost as if it's the first time that they have a manifesto, talking about all the things that they're going to do. A very progressive, a very aggressive plan, given that they have one more year in office, and an aggressive plan where there is a deficit of $25 million. So much so that the government has to draw down from reserves in order to fill a portion of the gap. And so the question that the people of Anguilla have is, why is it that this administration has sought to include so many capital projects at one time, to the point where at one point the GST was overperforming, and today the GST is not overperforming? The 2019 total recurrent and capital expenditures, the amount of the money, and the total recurrent and capital expenditures relates to the amount of money the government intended to spend in 2019. And that was some $222 million. And I want people to, if you have a pen and paper, just take a note and write it down. 2019, total recurrent and capital expenditure. This is how much the government intends to spend. EC, $222 million, 2019. And you will recall that the goods and services tax was passed in this House in July of 2021 and came into force in July of 2022. And in 2022, the total recurrent and capital expenditure was some $234 million. So 2019, 222 million, 2022, $234 million. And in 2023, it went up to $277 million. And in 2024, the total recurrent and capital expenditures jumped from $277 million to $357 million, an increase of some $80 million between 2023 and 2024. This is the amount that the government is expected to spend. And now for 2025, the total recurrent and capital expenditures is anticipated to be some $546 million, a whopping $189 million more than in 2024, $189 million more than in 2024. And it makes one have to ask, what is the working population in Anguilla? There was a census. The results of the census have not been disclosed as yet. In fact, we see from EXCO minutes that it was to have come to Executive Council, because the EXCO minutes only stop until October. They're none for November, that is published on the government website. None for November. So as far back as we have is October, when the census information was to have come to Executive Council and was deferred. And we have not seen it come back again. And if it has come back, the public is not aware of it. And so you have to wonder, at a budget of $546 million in 2025, up from $222 million in 2019, $546 million. Is it sustainable? Is it sustainable? What is the size of the population in Anguilla now? We don't know. What is the percentage of working population of Anguillians right now? We don't know. But what the people do know is that the cost of living is high, the cost of electricity is high, and that the cost of living and the cost of electricity in Anguilla makes it unsustainable for the average Anguillian. And so the people of Anguilla are asking themselves, where is this money coming from? And what is it being used for? And the answer to the first question is that the monies to fund this $546 million budget is coming from you, coming from the public. And yes, we've seen where they say the GST, the majority of the funds, almost 60-something% of the funds are coming from the hotel sector. And of course, that would include what was once the accommodation tax, now part of GST, 13%, it was 12% before. And what the figures do not indicate is how much in claim backs have gone back or intended to go back to the same sector. By the end of the day, the GST structure that has been implemented allows businesses who qualify for the threshold to charge GST and to claim it back. But there's no claim back for the average person, for the resident of Anguilla, for the person that goes to the store, for the person that pays the electrical bill. There's no claim back. So at the end of the day, it is the little man, the man and woman on the street who is bearing the brunt of the GST tax because everything filters down to that person at the end of the day. The businesses pass it on, they add it onto the cost of their goods and supplies, and the average man pays it. No claim back. And to answer the second question, the major reason why the 2025 budget is $189 million more is because of the capital projects which this government has decided to fund directly from the tax revenue, the tax dollars that are being collected from each and every one of us. And page 31 of the budget address speaks to key areas of capital expenditure. It talks about the Clayton J. Lloyd Airport development and states that for 2025, the allocation is $129 million. But the overall cost for the Clayton J. Lloyd Airport development is $473 million. And I want to remind the public that when this first came on the books, it was anticipated to be $300 million. And today is $173 million more than what was represented before. But before I continue any further, let me say this for the record. It is a fact that the previous Anguilla United Front administrations had taken steps towards the expansion and redevelopment of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. And the members of the opposition in the Anguilla House of Assembly support the development of the airport, but not in the manner in which it is being constructed and rolled out, being from taxpayer dollars. Now, as a little bit of a backdrop, in 2003, the government of Anguilla had compulsory acquired 26 acres of land in order to extend the airport. 26 acres of land. This is in 2003, not 2015, 2003. A dispute arose in relation to the compensation of the said 26 acres of land, And that matter was finally resolved in August of 2022 during this administration's term in office. And Madam Speaker, earlier when I made reference to the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport and the Executive Council minutes that I spoke about and the acquisition of land, it is my belief, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, it is my belief that the reference that was made to the debt of $101,144,124.05 following the Privy Council decision on the award by the Board of Assessment is in relation to this very same matter, the acquisition of the 26 acres of land to extend the airport, which started from back in 2003. So we always talk about governments being continuous, and this is in fact true. So what we're seeing today is a continuation, maybe in a bastardized form, of what was intended. But we see a continuation of the extension of the airport, as was contemplated from administrations before. And I will go further and say that it would not have been solely under an Anguilla United Front administration, because all administrations have had a vision for the development of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. And all administrations who have progressed towards instituting, taking steps to bring it into a reality. And I give as an example the fact that the fire hall was constructed, the tower was constructed, 3 new fire trucks was given, and that would have been between 2015 and 2020. And that was because these items were part of a requirement to be put in place in order for, one, there was a threat of the airport being closed at that point in time, and so a number of steps had to be taken urgently to address it. And number two, to be able to allow for flights such as American Airlines and other international flights to come into Anguilla. And so steps had already been taken, work progressed, foundations are laid. And this is what we see today, that this government benefits from foundations of many things that were laid before them. And today, they're able to ribbon cut, they're able to take credit, they're able to claim that they did certain things when they would have walked in to things that were ongoing. And Madam Speaker, between 2015 and 2020, significant work was done to the fire hall, as I mentioned, the fire trucks, the tower, and the list goes on. In the 2020 budget, the then Premier highlighted the key reasons why the development of the runway was so important. And this is in 2020, Madam Speaker. And so the reason why I have so much voluminous documents, Madam Speaker, is because I want to make sure that when I speak from the documentary evidence that we have. And I'll start with page 4 of the 2020 budget, where the then Premier, the Honorable Mr. Victor Banks, would have spoken about airport development in his budget address. And he says, Mr. Speaker, the uncertainty ushered in by COVID-19 notwithstanding, we have to address the structural constraints to economic growth and development in Anguilla. We believe that one of the main constraints is the lack of direct air access to Anguilla. Consequently, rehabilitating and extending the current runway at Clayton J. Lloyd, rehabilitating and extending the current runway at Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport is a major capital development objective for 2020. He goes on, it is our view that direct air access will allow Anguilla to better tap its tourism potential, generating recurrent surpluses, which can in turn be used to invest in other growth poles. Indeed, better air access will facilitate some of the other growth and economic diversification initiatives which we are pursuing, such as the Special Economic Zone, the SEZ, and Residency by Investment. He continues, Madam Speaker, and touches on airport financing, where he says the government of Anguilla has projected borrowing of EC 15 million for 2020 from the CDB under a policy-based loan to support national development priorities. Borrowing is also projected for ASPA to allow it to increase its overdraft facility from 1 million to 2 million, and another US 2.1 million in financing to facilitate project planning activities for the rehabilitation and extension of the runway at Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. And so what was contemplated was that there would be financing that would be secured for the rehabilitation and extension of the runway at Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. Now remember, Madam Speaker, as we all know, that these budgets have to be approved by the UK government. And so if funding would have been denied, it could not have been part of the 2020 budget. And so it was contemplated that financing for the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, the expansion, extension of the runway, would have been funded through financing, not from the people's pocket directly, not
Madam
from
Speaker,
the
misrepresentation.
Sorry.
Misrepresentation. Do you need me to? Sorry, point of order, Madam Speaker. Misrepresentation. Thank you. The member is suggesting financing, such as the loan agreements. And the Premier and multiple presentations would have shown that our financial ratios would have put us in a position where we could not take on more debt. That is a dishonest representation to this House. Anguilla at that time could not have assumed more debt because of the banking resolution debt. This is something that we've known. The ratios play a big part in the budgets.
Taken.
Madam Speaker, I understand the member is young in this. She's only just come a few years now, and she professes to act as if she knows everything. But as I indicated,
Member,
I am
let's not impute improper motive. The member has given sufficient evidence to prove her point.
How so, Madam Speaker, when I'm reading from a document, I'm reading from a budget in 2020, which talks about financing, which was approved by the UK government. So how is
Madam
that?
Speaker,
The people of Anguilla will be
Go ahead,
hearing
ma'am.
this and understand for
Madam
themselves.
Speaker,
And so
a member, I'm on my feet, and the Speaker gave me the chance.
you
to
have a
speak.
chance to give your presentation.
I
You can respond.
I did acknowledge the member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the budget is approved by the UK government. The budget address is written by the Premier, the Chief Minister of the day. To say that implies that the UK does approve the budget that the Premier presents. That's not true. We know that the financial ratios do not give us the ability to borrow anymore, and that is why we have worked so hard to get to the point of being in compliance.
I've granted that.
Madam Speaker, I would simply invite the member to go read the 2020 budget. Let's move on from this because it is in the budget.
Please continue.
It is in the budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a dispute arose, as I was mentioning, Madam Speaker. The 2020 budget and the areas and what was contemplated was financing for the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport runway extension. And I'll continue, Madam Speaker. The Anguilla United Front, as a party, has always supported the expansion of the airport. In the 2020 budget, at page 251, and again I'll invite the member to go read it for herself, the government of Anguilla engaged professional services for an air services development study for Anguilla. It will assess the profitability and develop the process to attract service to Anguilla from the US mainland. So what this statement is saying is that in 2020, by 2020, the government of Anguilla had already engaged professional services for an air services development study for Anguilla. And the intention of the study was to assess the profitability and develop the process to attract service to Anguilla from the US mainland. It says if the flight operations are deemed technically possible and financially and economically viable, the aim is to commence the US Anguilla flight at the start of the winter 2020 season. Now we know what happened in winter 2020. We had COVID which would have closed down our borders, caused us to close our borders in March of 2020. But it says, if the flight operations are deemed technically possible and financially and economically viable, the aim is to commence the U.S. Anguilla flight at the start of the winter 2020 season with possible additional charter services in 2019. Anguilla's economy depends on growing the tourism numbers, as all other revenue streams, including customs revenue, is directly or indirectly linked to the performance of the travel and leisure industry. And the initiative will also be complemented by increased marketing efforts of the Anguilla Tourism Board. And I took the time to say that, Madam Speaker, because I know that being the first speaker, and despite the numerous interruptions, the what may come may well be a suggestion that the Anguilla United Front does not support airport expansion. And so I wanted to show that as part of an administration that I was part of, that we fully supported, we actually took steps to ensure that we move towards the expansion of the airport, the expansion of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport runway, albeit through a different financing mechanism and not the one that we have today, which is from the revenue, the taxpayers' dollars. And so the difference, Madam Speaker, is that in the ordinary course, the regular business, and some of the members on the opposite side are business people, and they know that if not them, they have family members who, although they have the cash in the bank, they will preserve their cash, secure their cash, and use and obtain a cash-secured loan, because then they're able to pay back that loan in advance more quickly. They're able to dictate the terms of that loan and still preserve the cash that they have in the bank. And so,
Madam Speaker, on the point of order, that's a misrepresentation. What the leader of the opposition, the member for Sand Hill, is saying that persons on this side or families will have money in the bank and have cash secured loans. Which members of which persons in our families have done so? And we must also recognize, Madam Speaker, that we had exceeded our borrowing guidelines. And we could, as a country, we could not borrow those monies. We could not, in this administration, have not borrowed one dime since coming to office, even in the most difficult and challenging times in the earlier part of the administration, because we couldn't.
Speaker, listening is fundamental. Listening comprehension is fundamental. I did not suggest that the members took cash-secured loans. I said that some of the members on the opposition side are business persons, and they could understand, either they or maybe their family members. If we can go back to the record, the people who are listening can rewind and listen for themselves as to what I said. I was very clear in terms of what I said. And the point that was made, that I was making, was that in the ordinary course, you secure your cash. You leverage your cash to the best available way that you can. You secure financing, and you obtain the best deal for that financing. Now, I hear the members say that they couldn't do this and they couldn't do that. They do a lot of things. This administration has been able to do a lot of things that they've wanted to do. But when it comes to the policy decisions, it seems like they're constantly stating that they're hindered in one way or the other from doing certain things. But, Madam Speaker, as a person who was in government for 5 years and was able to firsthand observe and be involved in negotiations with the UK government, I know different. And so the issue in this decision of this administration to build the airport from revenue from the taxpayer dollars, instead of utilizing financing alternatives such as a public-private partnership or borrowing, is the distinction between what the AUF had proposed to move forward with and what this administration has actually moved forward with. And what is worse, Madam Speaker, is that, as expected, the construction costs are continuing to rise. And this, too, must be borne by the people of Anguilla. Now, I made mention earlier that the cost of the airport expansion is now $437 million, and the member for District 6 will have the opportunity to speak, and I'm sure that he will explain to the people of Anguilla whether or not that $473 million comprises the building, the terminal building, as well as the extension of the runway, because initially the costs were in relation to the terminal building alone. And so it is hoped that he will provide clarity to the people of Anguilla, because up until now, there's been no clear explanation that the people can point to which says that the reason why the airport was anticipated to cost $300 million initially, and now today it costs $473, where that difference comes from. And so, on the 2nd of October 2023, a little over a year ago, the member for District 6, while acting as Premier, unveiled the model of the new airport. And in fact, the Premier advised at the time that the total cost of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport would be $270 million. This is in a newspaper article in the Anguillian on the 2nd of October 2023. The international airport will cost EC $270 million, and that would have been $203 million less than today's cost in the budget. So this supports the point that I'm making, Madam Speaker, that we see that the cost of the construction and the expansion of the airport continues to rise, and the public need to be given an explanation as to what this rising cost entails. What is it in relation to, and how much more are the people of Anguilla expected to bear in terms of continuing to fund an airport terminal, the expansion of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, which has gone up from $270 million to $437 million. Where are the financials for the airport project? Where is the transparency and accountability to the people of Anguilla? Page 31 of the budget address speaks to government office accommodation, a total cost of $90 million. EC $10 million for 2025 to build the first 2 or 4-story buildings. And, you know, Madam Speaker, it's as if it's with an administration where there was no manifesto. It is difficult for the people to gauge what's happening on any given day. Because without the manifesto, this administration said that they would not impose GST. But today, the GST is the primary source of revenue which allows them to do all the things that they're laying claim to. The GST revenue that they campaigned against. We also see where this government office accommodation, when did that come on the table? When was that part of any previous budget? I've looked. I have from 2019, I have 2020, I have 21, 22, 23, 24 here. And so for 2025, we see the government office accommodation, total cost of EC $90 million, the total cost. So you have the $437 million for the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, and you have the $90 million for the office accommodations. Now, let me say this again. Office accommodations, government office accommodations, are necessary because we want to ensure that we are able to have our people, our civil servants, in spaces where they are comfortable, where it's owned by government, and that's the vision of any country, to own its own space. But the question is the timing and the cost and the expense being borne out of the taxpayer dollars, because we're not hearing where there's any other financing. As the member for District 6 stood up and said earlier, there's no borrowing. This is coming from the taxpayer dollars. And I don't know if they understand that because the funding of these significant projects are coming from the taxpayer dollars is the main reason why they're unable to make the significant cuts to the GST to provide relief to the people. That is the reason why. Because they need the revenue that's coming in to fund all of these projects on the heels of an election to show this is what we did. Look at all of the concrete on the floor. But the concrete on the floor does not provide food on the table. And so at the end of the day, the people of Anguilla are left wondering where these decisions coming from, because we had no clue that these were some of the things that were being agreed to. Where are these things coming from? So where's the financials for the airport project? Where's the transparency and accountability to the people of Anguilla? And you're hearing all this shoo-shooing about labor issues, etc., and I hope that those issues are addressed. And I'm talking about labor issues at the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. And so, for the government office accommodation, for a total cost of $90 million, where is the study for the construction of the administration building? Why has the study not been disclosed to the public? I read where there was a 2008 study, and the Ministry of Infrastructure will have updated it to today's standards, etc. But why is the public not being informed? Why is the public not being brought along in these decision making? And we hear the Premier, which tells the people of Anguilla that this is your journey, your opportunity, your dream. But at the end of the day, they have no idea where these things are coming from. For a person to go on a journey, they have to know where they're going. At least they have to know the road that they're on. Even if they don't know the direct path where it's going to end up, at least they need to be able to be on the road. But they can't be standing on the sidelines, watching the government go on a journey and say that we're doing this for you. You're on this journey with us. No, you're on it by yourself because you're not including the people of Anguilla on this journey. So the study for the construction of the administration building needs to be disclosed to the public. And why is there an urgent need to start this construction in 2025 as opposed to staggering the extent of construction, the infrastructural projects? Now, we all need the infrastructural projects. Infrastructural projects have been ongoing for time immemorial across administrations. Many of the major roads were paved, were done under an AUF administration between 2000 and 2010. After Hurricane Irma, major infrastructural projects were done. All of the schools, because every school was touched in some way, shape, or form. Maurice Vanterpool had to be rebuilt in its entirety. The Campus Q came as a result of the extensive damage that was done to Campus A. And based on the design and the needs of the school at that time, it was simply not possible to put the existing structure back on the 4 acres which is located here in the valley. They needed more space. And so, all the hospital, the renovations that were made to the hospital, the Valley Clinic, the South Hill Clinic, all of these infrastructural projects were done in the wake of Hurricane Irma. The Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, the funds were already allocated. The funds were already allocated. And the issue that existed at the time, and I can tell you because I sat on the Anguilla committee, the Anguilla program for these projects. And there was an issue in terms of the design of the building and the cost of the building. And we see today that the footprint that has been done since this government took office is smaller than the footprint that was originally prepared. But the funds had been allocated. And you know why we know? Because the building had been knocked down, the land had been cleared, and the people were using, the government of Anguilla had entered into a rental agreement to use private premises down at Blowing Point to be able to house passengers. So they could not stay there indefinitely. So it was always contemplated that the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal would be built, and funds had been made available for that. And so, on the same page 31 of the budget address, we see reference to the water development, an allocation of $4 million in 2025 as part of a $16 million project. Of course, water is a necessity. And the question that many people have is in terms of priorities. If the water infrastructure is a $16 million project, and the government office accommodation is a $90 million project. Would it not be better to focus on ensuring that our people have a consistent and proper water supply? We all know the damage to the pipes. We all know the age of the pipes, and that 80% of our water is lost. Although it is produced 100%, 80% is
Madam
lost.
Speaker, on a point of order, the member for Sandy Hill again continues to mislead. The budget clearly states, and I know she read it, that $90 million is the overall cost for the government administration billing, but only $10 million is allocated in 2025 for expenditure related to the same. That is in the budget figures.
The member may not have heard me, I said that. I said that the allocation for 2025 was $10 million. The question that I had was in terms of staggering the rollout of the different projects, the capital projects that are putting pressure on the revenue, and ultimately the reserves, as we've seen in this budget. And so the question that I ask is in terms of the water development, the allocation. $4 million is anticipated for 2025, but would it not have been better to focus on developing the water infrastructure first prior to taking on the government office accommodation? That's the question. And if you've already started, then great, then maybe you can inform the public when you get up and speak, because again, the public need to know these things. Page 32, road development, allocation of $7 million as part of a $33 million total cost of project. Now, we all know that the road's bad. We all know. Age, weather, just driving under conditions, the roads are bad. So the tune of $33 million, and there's an allocation of $7 million for the total cost of project. And maybe the member for the single island wide member, Honorable Ken Hodge, and the member for District 6 can explain to the public the $7 million, what it's allocated for, and I believe that I see it here in the budget. I'll get to it, the breakdown, and the $33 million as the total cost of project, and how that ties in to the acquisition of the 32 parcels of land for the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, because I do not believe that I saw the breakdown of the cost. Okay, so the 32, what the public would like to know is what is the cost of the $32 million allocation for land, which is to be purchased in one phase. And this is for the development of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, because I have not seen the figures, but perhaps someone can guide me to where those are. What this government should have done is to borrow the money and repay it over a long period, or even repay earlier than scheduled. But by building the airport primarily from tax revenue, the government is overtaxing the people. The government is overtaxing the people. Individuals and local businesses, such that local businesses are unable to grow. And if they cannot grow, they cannot reinvest in their businesses. They cannot create new jobs or even consider innovative ways to build their businesses. The reality is that there are a number of businesses today which were struggling even before GST. And today, with GST, they're struggling even more. And I have not seen in the budget now, I see the talk, I see the wonderful words about looking out for businesses and looking out for people, etc., but I don't see it in the budget. I don't see where the support for the businesses are in the budget. Where's the support?
Do you have evidence, member, to back up the statement that you made? The
I
evidence
don't see it in
of the businesses compared to what they were before GST implementation?
Madam Speaker, yes, I have first-hand information.
Do you have factual information?
Madam Speaker,
something to give the public instead of what people are saying? Do you have that factual information? That's what I'm asking for. Evidence. Something on paper, records to show, to prove what you have just said.
Madam Speaker, this is not a court of law.
It
This
doesn't
is-
have
this
to
is
be,
not-
but
no.
this is the honorable House of Assembly where you are supposed to present facts, truth. Truth is what matters, ma'am, and that's all I'm asking for, the evidence to support what you've just said. That's it.
Madam Speaker, I would like your good self to point me to the rule which says that I must present evidence in my presentation when I make a statement that businesses are hurting from the effects of GST.
Check your rules of debate. You are supposed to present facts, not misleading
Who
statements.
says that you cannot
So
say that
I
it's
am just
misleading?
asking you for evidence.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
I cannot believe this
I
today.
have evidence, but it
You
is
have evidence.
not-
I'm just simply asking that you present the evidence with the statement that you've made.
Madam Speaker, there's an issue such as a confidentiality. If I show it to you, then I can show it to you. But I'm not going to present it to the public. These are businesses that have confidential records that are impacted. And this is what the people in this House sometimes do not understand, that when they stand up and make aspersions against individuals and businesses, they have no idea what the impact is outside of this honorable House. And so I will not disclose those documents because they are confidential to the business, number one, and they have not authorized me to release it to the public and to
Then
this
I
honorable House.
request
Number
that I would have your statement struck from this record.
Madam Speaker, with all
You
due
may
respect,
continue.
Thank you. You can strike away because it's already on the record. The people of Anguilla know what I'm talking about. The business owners know exactly what I'm talking about.
be struck from
all
the
of my
official record.
my entire statement could be struck, and the people of Anguilla will still know exactly what I'm talking about. And so it is not misleading, Madam Speaker. It is not misleading. Members of the government side can stand up and say all sorts of wild allegations, and no one says anything. And I say that businesses are hurting from the GST, that some of them cannot pay the GST, and that is a misleading statement? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You
I
mean
will
they
move
cannot
on,
pay
Madam
the
Speaker,
GST?
because my statement is my statement.
But that doesn't make sense, member.
How does it not make sense?
How can the businesses not afford to pay the GST when they are collecting the GST on behalf of the government? That statement just doesn't make any sense.
But you know, this is just like the fact that...
You may continue.
Yes, thank you. And it reminds me of the fact when I hear the Premier say that the 13% GST is not 13% because it should only be 4%. And it is a fundamental misunderstanding of how the GST is affecting businesses. But I'll move on because we seem to be on different pages in terms of how this impacts the people of Anguilla. I want to talk about public debt. And I want to remind the people of Anguilla that other than the loan for the construction of the Anguilla Community College, the debt being repaid is primarily as a result of the banking situation, which began in 2013. And I touched on this earlier, when the then Chief Minister placed our two indigenous banks, NB and CCB, under conservatorship of the ECCB. And after elections in 2015, the Anguilla United Front was required to resolve the banking situation and did so by ensuring that monies and savings held in accounts at the bank by our local depositors were secured. And the then government also secured the Social Security funds, which were in excess of $200 million, Social Security funds. And so I would go as far to say that any administration in at that time would have been forced to ensure that the Social Security funds for the people of Anguilla were secured. And had the government of the day not done so, there would have been chaos in this country. And there are two key points I want you to know. That the government of Anguilla has never defaulted on its loan obligations. And the Premier himself has said so in previous budget addresses. That's number one. And number two, the debt repayments are being made according to schedule. And let me explain what that means. Any government sitting today, APM, AUM, AUF, although APM and AUM is the same, will be making the same payments according to the schedule that has been established. Think of when you take a loan at the bank. You have scheduled payments. You may have a grace period, but you make your loan payments according to the schedule. There may come a time where interest payments be increased, and you incorporate that into your payment reschedule. And at the end of the year, you can calculate how much you paid during the year to show that your debt is decreasing. So for many people who may have a car loan, you take out a car loan for $15,000. And you have a repayment period, a monthly repayment schedule. And in the first year, you will have paid off $4,000. And you can brag, you can feel good about yourself, because from a $15,000 loan that you originally took, you've been able to pay $4,000. And your $4,000, so now you owe $11,000. And that $4,000 that you owed, that you paid, is now reflected in terms of the debt being lowered. That's the reality. And so what this administration has been showing when they're talking about the debt, that the debt is decreasing year after year, it is expected. The repayment of the debt is being made according to schedule. And remember that the Anguilla government has never defaulted on their debt obligations. And so when we talk about the debt being repaid, that is what is being spoken about. The debt primarily incurred from the banking resolution, and we already spoke about that, the major cause, the bad loans that were a primary cause of that, as well as the saving of the depositors' monies in the account, their life savings in some cases, in our local bank accounts were secured, as well as the Social Security funds. And so I've heard over and over this administration speak about the banking resolution and how they have done things differently. But I have yet to see, now that they've been there 4+ years, I have yet to see a proposal as to how they thought that they would have done it any better. Madam Speaker, I looked at the health services sector. And it's one thing to have something on paper and another thing to understand what's actually happening on the ground. The health services sector is sick. It's on life support. And this administration has to go further than simply speaking about the items that they've spoken about in this budget in terms of the items that are being provided for, or the work that's being done with the projects. And that's on page 29, the MRI waiting room, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, the morgue equipment, establishment of triage services, grounding protection systems, equipment for the neonatal intensive care unit, UPS critical branch, fiber upgrade, relocation of incinerator, expansion of central sterilizing department, equipment for the operating theater, planning for the hyperbaric chamber, and of course, the expanded healthcare services, which include all of the previous services. Now, when the government decided to bring health authority back under government, one of the questions that was asked was, how are the services going to be improved? And the Health Authority of Anguilla was dissolved somewhere back in March, April of this year, or no longer functioning. And today, the amount of complaints that are coming from our health sector. And people are constantly saying, I cannot believe it, because the one thing that they expected in having a doctor be the lead of this administration and be the Minister of Health and the Minister of Finance would be that health services would have improved. And the people are saying differently. I was shocked some day ago when I was told that the hospital, the roof is leaking. The Premier can say whether or not that's in fact the case. I haven't seen it myself. The services, there seems to be a difficulty in bringing on persons because of the salary scale. I recall as well during that House of Assembly sitting where, well, in fact, I would have asked a question in terms of whether or not there would be a separate salary scale for those workers because they were being brought under government, and we were told yes, that was in process. I don't know whether or not that has been the case, whether or not they're now operating under a separate salary scale. But the complaints are coming fast and furious. And remember, on this side, on the opposition side, we're all elected representatives. So we represent people in our own right. And so people are going to come to us, and they're going to explain to us the circumstances and the issues and the concerns that they have. And we are obligated to bring it to this House and to raise it with the government. And so we hope that we can have a solid plan being brought forward in terms of how to deal with a number of the issues. Projects are one thing, and this is why I keep saying that this government seems to be missing the boat. Missing the boat. Projects, infrastructure is one thing, but you have people that you need to deal with. You need to be people-centered and people-focused, and you're not. And so these are the reasons why issues are prevalent in various areas, because, like I said, you can watch concrete, but you can't eat concrete. And the people of Anguilla are suffering under a high cost of living. And as I speak about the high cost of living, sorry, let me go on. The petroleum levy, and I notice it in the budget, and it makes me raise the point that the government of Anguilla, this government of Anguilla seems to be confused. They make decisions, and then they come back and change the decisions. And they make the decisions haphazardly, not understanding the full scale or the full effect of certain decisions that they make, and then they come back after and try to fix it. And I'll point to an example. In the 2025 budget, and in the address from the Premier, we heard the Premier say that they're reforming the petroleum levy. Prior to 2021, when the petroleum levy was actually implemented, the import license for the bulk petroleum, that came into effect in 2021. And I remember standing in this House of Assembly, in the same seat, in the same spot, and saying that the reason why this levy, although it featured in different documents, remained on the books and never implemented, no bill had ever come to the House, was because we needed to fashion a way to ensure that the petroleum levy costs would not, the increase to 750%, would not filter down to the average Anguillan, the 700%. And when I asked the Honorable Premier, what provisions have you made to ensure that the cost of the petroleum levy is not passed on to the ultimate consumer? The Premier said, we are in discussions with the suppliers, and we are looking at that to be able to address it to make sure it's not passed on. So the petroleum levy went from $740,000 per annum to $1.5 million in 2021. Today, 4 years later, in the 2025 budget, we see that they call it a reform, but in actual fact, it is a removal or going back to the amount of the levy before the 700% increase. And so, you know, the thing is that it doesn't hurt people to take advice, even though it's from the opposition benches. It doesn't hurt. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, the ultimate benefit is the people of Anguilla. And so when questions are raised, or when you see something on the books, it doesn't mean that you jump up and you apply it and you say, oh, it was there for 10 years and we're not kicking the ball down the road, we're going to implement it. But you don't understand the implications. And so now today, you see the increase in cost of living, you see the increase in the cost of electricity. And so now this government is required to roll back and undo what it did back in 2021. And I'll go to an executive council minute to support what I'm saying. And that executive council minute is on the 3rd of October, 2024. Present, Her Excellency Julia Crouch, the Acting Premier, Minister of Finance, Minister of Home Affairs, Acting Minister for Social Development, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, Deputy Governor Perrin Bradley, Minister for Sustainability, Innovation and Environment, and Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Quincy Gomes Marie. And this was on a Thursday, October 3rd. And what came to Executive Council at that time was an approval of cost of living support measures. And I want the public to listen carefully to this Executive Council memo that came out from Executive Council and approved, because it has to be approved before it's uploaded on the website. The Acting Premier and PS Finance briefed the Council. As of October 2024, it is expected that the current trend in an increase in fuel, electricity, and shipping costs will continue. This is October 2024. So the first line is acknowledging that there's a trend in an increase in fuel, electricity, and shipping costs. This trend significantly impacts Anglec's electricity production costs, which are passed on to their customers through increased household bills. Now, let me say something here. What I have noticed, and I mentioned it earlier, is that I do not see in the budget where there's a reference for helping our local businesses. And even here in this Executive Council minute, the focus is on household bills, and there's no relief for businesses. And there continues to be no real relief for businesses, and I cannot understand why. I don't know if it is that they had the protest back in 2021, and the now personas non grata, I don't know. But this is focusing on electricity production costs, which are passed on to their consumers through increased household bills. But the businesses, the grocery stores, the retail stores, all of them that have coolers and chillers, etc., pay the increased costs on electricity bills too. In fact, we had one retail business owner that would have uploaded and published what the electricity bill is in an average month. So the businesses are hurting, the local businesses, but the focus in this is on the household bills alone. Now, those of us who have households, we're happy because we get it. But at the end of the day, relief is relief. And you cannot, and we talk about cherry picking, because supposedly our GST relief, which removed GST from certain sectors, wholesale, retail, manufacturing, and the restaurants, that GST relief was claimed to be cherry picking, although we see that what's coming and contemplated is GST, the removal of food supplies, and that's not cherry picking. But our proposal, the Anguilla United Front proposal, was cherry picking. But anyway, so in order to support households with rising cost of living prices, particularly relating to fuel, it is proposed an electricity grant be provided to all eligible households in the form of a credit to domestic electricity accounts with Anglic. So what this is saying is in October of 2024, that an electricity grant be provided. Why? Because there's a current trend in an increase in fuel, electricity, and shipping costs. and those costs have been passed on to the consumer. And so what this says is that the government of Anguilla, this APM administration, understands that people are hurting. It is impacting, and Madam Speaker, you asked me just within the first 5 minutes of my presentation to show proof. And this is it here. This Executive Council minute shows that this government understands that people are hurting, that there's an increase in cost of living, that there is an increase in fuel, there's an increase in electricity, an increase in shipping costs, and these costs are passed on to the consumer. Well, not to you, Madam Speaker, but to the rest of the world it does. And it is saying
Governments
that
assist their people all over the world, all the time. That doesn't show me. Show me the evidence.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate your argument on behalf of the government. But what I would say is this, that at the end of the day, when people are doing well for themselves, when they're able to put aside for themselves for the future, when they're able to save for a rainy day, when they're able to take care of the children, put food on the table, when they're able to have dignity and take care of themselves, the government will have done its job, and there is no need to grant electricity credits over and over again. It is done in the face of understanding that there is a cost of living crisis in this country, and this is an attempt to be able to ease it by providing electricity credit every so often. I heard the Premier stand up and say that to date, today, I think this electricity credit would kick in, and I thank you for the electricity credit. To date, or before today, about 3,000 EC dollars were spent per household on electricity costs. And the people are grateful for the 3,000. But the reality is that the GST that they pay every day without a break costs more than the 3,000 that they've gotten back. And so they will be grateful because it's their money that's coming back to their pockets that they've paid out whenever they go to a store. When they're paying INLEC on the months that they don't have the electricity credit, everywhere you turn, people are saying, I can't get a break, I can't get a relief, this GST is killing me. And that's the reality. And if we're living in Anguilla, we will understand that that's the reality that people are living under. And so the electricity credit here is again providing a relief to people because this government knows that there is suffering in the country. I'll go on. Well, this Executive Council minute goes on. It says, rising U.S. prices and shipping costs continue to significantly impact local food costs in import-dependent Anguilla. I'll read it again for those that may not understand. Rising U.S. prices. So we recognize in this Executive Council minute that the prices in the U.S. are rising. Where do Anguilla merchants obtain their goods from? Primarily from the U.S. So the U.S. in October of this year, just 2 months ago, this government would have recognized that the prices were rising, that there are rising U.S. prices and rising shipping costs that continue to impact local food costs on an import-dependent Anguilla. Import-dependent means that practically everything that we bring in is imported. Well, practically everything that we utilize is imported. It comes in because we're not necessarily a manufacturing company. We have small manufacturers, but primarily we bring in from outside of Anguilla. These economic challenges, and I'm reading for those that may not have figured where I am, I'm reading from my Executive Council minute on the Thursday, 3rd of October, 2024, just a few weeks ago. These economic challenges significantly impact residents with limited incomes. So, and I will go further and say that it's just not impact residents with limited incomes. You're impacting residents, whether you have limited income or not. The rise in U.S. prices and rise in shipping costs impact local food costs. All of us are affected. All of us. Not just the limited, not just those that may be on, may need help from social development, etc. Every single one of us who eat and live in Anguilla are impacted by the rising costs, the U.S. prices and shipping costs and local food costs. and in particular the elderly. And to address these challenges, it is proposed to repeat the previously imposed food voucher program to support the elderly population in Anguilla. Now, again, we've established that everyone pays the rise in food costs. But this proposal only provides vouchers for the elderly. And the elderly are those over 70. But what about the rest of us? What about the rest of us that are struggling to pay for the high cost of food? All of us have expenses. All of us have rising prices and shipping costs that we're suffering from. But this is specific. Why? Because to go much further than this will impact the revenue stream that's coming in. And so, I applaud the government for taking the step to remove GST from food, but they should have gone further. They should have gone further. And we will wait to see whether removing GST from food supplies, as was a part of the Anguilla United Front proposal for GST relief, that was part of it. And in fact, it is a much more limited aspect of it because the proposal was to remove all retail from, and wholesale and manufacturing from the GST structure. So this is a small part of it, and we look forward to that debate. And so the point in this Executive Council memo says clearly that the government understands that the people are hurting. But then you have members that stand up and say, oh, there's always an element of people who are indigent. There's always an element of people who need assistance from social development. That ain't what we're talking about. That ain't what we're talking about. We're talking about wholesale across the country, people going to the shop and have to count out their pennies. Sometimes people have to put back food on the shelves because they can't afford to buy what they wanted to. They have to nickel and dime themselves. And even though they used to in the past be able to buy the things that they wanted, they can no longer anymore. And we have to remember, because I don't want the people of Anguilla to think that the issues that we're dealing with are solely external shocks. No. We are dealing with internal shocks in this country as well. And that was reflected in the 2022 budget. And in the 2022 budget, it would have clearly stated that there would have been a super inflationary period which would have been caused as a result of the implementation of the GST. And so not only were there external shocks, such as the high cost of price, the high cost of shipping, etc., there were internal shocks, and those were caused by the increase of some 18 taxes and fees that this administration imposed on the people of Anguilla before imposing GST. And so all of these factors, these are self-made. Some of these issues were done under the hand of this administration. So I don't want people to think that it is only external shocks that impacted us. No, there are decisions that were made by this administration over the past 4 years that have contributed to this Executive Council memo, which talks about the cost of food prices, the cost of shipping, etc. And I had previously asked on the implementation of the GST that the government consider removing and scaling back on those taxes and fees that were imposed before GST. And I will reiterate that again, because we see from time to time this government comes to this house and they remove the property tax, they removed a number of items, and so I don't know how many iterations of the GST they're coming back now to remove, and what it suggests is that the GST was implemented without proper forethought, without sitting and considering all the implications. And I would dare say that had it been done in a phased way, in a slow and deliberate way, the then this administration would not have to keep coming back to this honorable house time and time again to make amendments. And they're making amendments because they're providing relief to the people of Anguilla. And they're providing relief to the people of Anguilla because the original GST that they implemented wholesale in 2021 and put into effect in 2022 was too harsh. And it is still too harsh today. And let me say this. A phased approach requires legislation in a phased way. You cannot come to the House and put in a phased approach with legislation that requires imposition of everything at one time. So somewhere between the agreement with the previous administration that said that they would phase in the GST, which had to have been supported by legislation for it before it could come to the House, is not the same GST that this government would have put into place. And what
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, members misleading. Madam Speaker, we found the legislation that the AUF administration would have brought in after the election. We found the white papers of June 2020 that stated 17%, the payment at the ports. It was the same, the phase 2 for them, Madam Speaker, coming in January 1 of 2021 was the same as the GST that was imposed in July of 2021 and implemented in July of 2022. The only thing is that services were moved up 6 months. Not anything else. Everything else, Madam Speaker, was already there in legislation with Speaker Terry Harrigan's name at the bottom of it, and also the white papers that was the policy directive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
It's just so interesting that, and again, this goes back to the point about having discussions and consultations. You could reach across the aisle. Because had you reached across the aisle, you would have understood at that point in time that there was no GST Act that had come to Executive Council that the members of government had seen or made an agreement on or brought to the House. And that I'm talking about the previous Anguilla United Front administration. And it's interesting because it says, the member for Island Harbor says, we found, like it was found under a rock. You can't find legislation under a rock. Where was it? Who gave it to you? Who told you that this document was something that the AUF had approved? And did you not ask a question? What happened? Was it? And it wasn't even signed. The name of and we can go to draft bills that we have here. The name of the existing speaker is on the draft bill, but it's not her signature. It hasn't come into force in effect, and it does not come into full force in effect until it's signed by the governor. So let us not, we have to understand that there's a certain amount of responsibility when we're leading. And yes, you may not want to ask previous administrations. Yes, you may not want to look as if you're asking for help. But had you asked a question, then maybe you might have been guided differently. And I heard the Premier, the honorable member for Island Harbor, say that he had to go to the governor before the rest of the team had to be sworn in. And he had to go because he had to be able to see, he had to get sworn in order to see the state of the country and see the documents. Again, who had this conversation with him? And I think I asked before, and he said that the governor, Tim Foy, would have told him that this was the state, etc. But nothing to all go so. And I could tell you because I was part of the previous administration, and I don't need to lie because the documents are there. Where's my signature saying that I approve anything? Where's the Executive Council minute saying that there's a GST Act? Let me finish. There's a GST Act that came to Executive Council and was approved.
The point of order.
Madam Speaker, I have sat and listened, and I have stood up on previous presentations in this House to show not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times where the former administration brought to this House, went to the Executive Council and mentioned GST, and it was an Executive Council, Madam Speaker. They spoke about GST, what was proposed, and the rate, Madam Speaker. I presented it here before, Madam Speaker, and as the member like to say, we can always go back and check the records, Madam Speaker. Those were Executive Council minutes, Madam Speaker. I name out all the members who were there. So it's a little disingenuous for the member to say that nothing was done before by then.
Acknowledged.
As I said, English is a funny language because we need to understand and interpret when we get up on points of order. What I am saying is that there was no bill that was came. You can talk, you can mention 100 things. Look, I saw the mention in Executive Council about the fact that there's supposed to be the census that came to Executive Council and was deferred to come back another time. Had you made a
isn't
decision on it?
On the EXCO minutes, a record of intent?
Intent. Oh my gosh. Let me explain something to the people of Anguilla so that the people of Anguilla could understand. A bill, a law, when it comes to the House and is passed and signed by the governor is when it becomes effective. We are going to go into committee stage on this budget. It has come to the House, but there may be changes that are made in the committee stage. And so when that committee stage ends and it is signed by the governor is when it becomes law. It is not law when it comes to the House because there are still amendments that need to be changed. So you cannot talk
Madam
about...
Speaker, point of order. Misrepresentation. Madam Speaker, how government works is that there are certain policy decisions that government cannot make here. They must make it first in Executive Council, and then it comes to the House. And there are certain scholars who believe that it turns the Parliament into a rubber stamping process. We have discussed this ad nauseum as a country. You cannot come to the House and say, for example, change the rate of GST. The rate you leave Executive Council with, the rate you agree in Executive Council, is the rate that comes here. Otherwise, the governor cannot and will not approve it. And the member is not only misleading the House, because we know better, so we're not being misled. She's misleading the people of Anguilla, who may not be privy to the process. Trust the young girl who just come. My mind good.
Yes, I acknowledge that, and I
Yes.
uphold your
Yes.
explanation.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I expect as much. And I would say that the member can correct me if whether or not they didn't have conduct a rate study after. A rate study came, did it not? And a rate study was actually proposed prior to this government taking place. So what does a rate study mean? It means that a rate could not have been set in stone because there was a study that had to be undertaken to determine the appropriate rate to impose.
Madam Speaker, just for the record and point of order on misrepresentation, the rate study was done at 17%. This government changed it, and we were accused of having to go back and increase it. What?
The 13%. So
Madam
it's
Speaker,
changed.
Madam Speaker, let me just reiterate my point. The rate study was done, and 17% was agreed upon by the former administration. This administration did not agree with the 17%. And that is also why GST implementation was delayed. I don't mean to infringe on the member's presentation, but we cannot be dishonest about the process of government. If there was a rate study to be done and the GST rate to be changed, it could not have been implemented in January 1st, as the member is saying. Even her commitment to timeline shows that the 17% would have been the 17% on January 1st if it was implemented on that date.
Again, I guess the benefit of youth and ignorance. Madam Speaker, in March of 2020, when the COVID
Member,
hit, and
please, I will ask you, please not to continue to impute improper motive.
what improper motive, Madam Speaker?
The member's point of order is indeed correct.
I'm sure you would
So
think so,
please,
Madam Speaker.
you keep your personal remarks
Yes.
in that manner, personal and private,
Ma'am,
not in this Honorable House.
Madam Speaker, I actually
You may
am-
now continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not even sure why we're debating this because this is a government that said they would not impose GST. So what we're talking about rate study, we're talking about the 17%, and they changed it to 13%, which says that there was a certain amount of authority that they had to make the changes to the GST. It says so, and it wasn't enough because the people of Anguilla are crying out. They're asking for help. They're asking for assistance. And so what the people of Anguilla are hearing today is that there was a certain degree of autonomy that this administration had in determining how the GST structure would look. And it was this government that brought the GST to the House of Assembly in 2021. It wasn't in 2019. It wasn't in 2020. It was in 2021. And it's this government that implemented GST in 2022. It wasn't in 2019. It wasn't in 2020. It wasn't in 2018. So we have to go back and understand that at the end of the day, we are talking about an administration that campaigned in 2020 vociferously and said that there would be no GST because they had a plan. And today, they're riding high on the coattails of the very same GST that they campaigned about and campaigned against in order to fund the airport, in order to fund the government administration building, in order to do all of the projects that they're talking about doing from the taxpayer dollars. And so it is amazing to me, Madam Speaker, that we're here discussing rate change, electricity, the 13%, etc., when it is clear this government has a certain amount of autonomy themselves. And I would move on because we're talking about also ANGLEC. Now, during the budget address, and the EXCO minute here talks about the trend impacting ANGLEC, the cost of increase in fuel, electricity, and shipping costs, and how it impacts ANGLEC. Now, we have all heard in this honorable house, and the people of Anguilla will remember that this government will have stood up and will have said that ANGLEC is fighting against them, that they want to impose a PPA, but ANGLEC is refusing to implement a PPA. The member for Island Harbor will have said on radio that ANGLEC will be able to move forward once the CEO is gone. And today, he's gone. We also would have seen where the management of ANGLEC over a year ago, almost 2 years ago, would have presented a proposal for the development of its own renewable energy system in a 3-phase approach. We have not seen, what we've seen from the government is nothing in terms of a proposal, the PPA, and why is it that the government is insisting on going down the road of a power purchase agreement as opposed to allowing ANGLEC to develop its own renewable energy system. So, for all intents and purposes, the public has seen the plans that ANGLEC management has presented, but the public has not seen anything in terms of the justification. Where is the report? Don't tell me about a 2011 report, a 2008 report from over 12, 13 years ago, because the reality is renewable energy has evolved so much during that period of time that what was proposed back then could never be consistent in today's world. The availability of solar panels then is a far cry from availability of solar panels today. We have people that are ordering in solar panels from China. Every day I hear people around me saying they're just putting in, they're installing their solar panels, they're doing this and that. You didn't have that availability back then. So at the time that it is appropriate, yes, recommendations may have been made about a PPA over 13 years ago. That could never be valid today. So where is the proposal, the updated report to today's standing in 2024 that says that a proposal is to go the route of the PPA is better and much preferred than ANGLEC going its own? Not only that, it has come to my attention, and I've seen 2 different reports where consultants would have assessed the ANGLEC's report and would have supported the ANGLEC's proposal to go the way of funding its own renewable energy, installation of its own power plant, etc., as opposed to the PPA. That hasn't come to the public. So why not? When we talk about transparency, when we talk about good governance and accountability, why have these reports not been brought to the public so that the public can see what exactly the consultants have proposed? And so the people of Anguilla are asking these questions, and they want to know where is the transparency in relation to this. And at the end of the day, the question is, and we will have heard the other day, the member for District 6 was asked a question in a press conference in relation to whether or not an issue in terms of a pro forma invoice for $10 million would have gone on a Saturday, etc. And the member for District 6 would have said, no, absolutely not. But then, on a radio program, you had the chairman that would have come on and would have suggested something different, that in fact it did happen. So there seems to be inconsistencies in terms of factual events that took place, or that are taking place within the government. And so the people want to know. We need to have transparency and openness. When we know that this administration campaigned on it, we know that they can do it, and we are asking them to do the right thing and disclose, explain to the public what is happening. Same thing with domain name registration. The contract was signed, there was a big launch, the persons were here, they signed off on it, a question was asked, what are the details? What is your financial arrangement? And the Premier, the member for Island Harbor, said that he was not at liberty to disclose it at that point in time. So we have, and I can tell you that Madam Speaker, there's a difference between a contract in relation to the people's natural resource, a national resource that was gifted to them. And there's a certain degree of accountability to the people of Anguilla. You made a decision to grant the domain name contract, the management, to someone else, to a company outside of Anguilla. And the question is, the people are asking, and everyone knows about the uproar that took place at the time. We have so many young people in that sector, in that industry, that were very angry. And up to today, they are still angry because they cannot understand why that decision was made. And I heard the Premier talk about 2 years ago when the Honorable Single and Wide member, Honorable Kyle Hodge, was the minister at that time. And when you talk about the revenue from 2022 versus the revenue for today at $3 million US a month, there is no way that you can say that what existed 2 years ago is the same thing I'm talking about in relation to the PPA and the report that was given from 2011. You can't bring forward today, in today's context, a report that was given over 2 years ago. So in today's context, you have a domain name that is bringing in much more than what was coming in 2 years ago. There has to be, you cannot rely and say, and I cannot understand, because as the leader of government business, as the Minister of Finance, that there has to be some responsibility and accountability to the people of Anguilla. You cannot point to a minister who is no longer there and say, well, it was there with him, so he's responsible. Come on. It is the height of negligence, of ignorance. You are accountable to the people of Anguilla today. And so I would ask.
Madam Speaker, point of order, misleading and misrepresentation. Madam Speaker, the former minister who sits 4 seats down from the leader of the opposition, now part of the Anguilla United Front, was the Minister for Economic Development who initiated or signed off on the .ai domain name registration going out for tender. And the current person or company that is managing it, which will change on January 15, did not meet the technical requirements for the bid, so did not go forward. Now, is the leader saying that I should have reversed the tendering process? Once it's in there, Madam Speaker, I don't get involved in it until it comes. In fact, exactly, can't based on procurement. And so, Madam Speaker, there's a certain level of misrepresentation and misleading that is going on from the other side of the aisle. Thank you.
Do you have a point of order?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, point of order, I wish to clarify.
Clarification is not a point of order. You make a point of order if a rule has been breached.
I missed to clarify some misrepresentations by the Premier. He would have stated that I signed off on the request for proposal for the AI domain. That is incorrect. My time as Minister of Economic Development, we looked at the AI domain and the revenues that it was bringing in, and we wanted to explore the potential globally. So we sent to procurement that mandate, that instruction to put out a request of interest. And at that point in time, Madam Speaker, it was in 2021. I would have resigned in 2022 without having seen, without having any update as to where procurement were at the time. 2 years later, the Premier would have signed off on a contract with Digital Identity. I was not invited to the signing off. I was not invited to the ceremony. My signature is not on that document. And if the Premier and the Minister of Infrastructure would go and read the Public Procurement and Contract Administration Regulations, they would see in Section 26 that they have the right to withdraw and cancel any proposals coming in, any requests for proposals. And if I can pull it up, because I know this was coming. 26 of the Public Procurement and Contract Administration Regulations speaks to cancellation of procurement. And one states, the Procurement Committee may cancel a procurement at any time.
The committee.
Prior. Right.
Okay. Yeah, the committee. That's what he said. He's not involved in the process.
He's not involved. But it doesn't mean that as Premier and as Minister of Economic Development, not that he'll get involved, but that he would realize that maybe, perhaps, this is something that we may not have to go forward with in procurement any longer, because it has grown substantially on its own.
Madam
Law
Speaker,
is the law.
on a point of order, the minister is willfully misrepresenting the act. He full well know that the procurement process cannot there cannot be any intervention or interference by any member of government in the procurement process.
Okay.
For any reason, the process has to go through.
Yeah. Thank you
all
all.
the way through, and we cannot legally do so. Otherwise,
We are all aware.
we'll be standing in front of the judge.
Yes.
Being arrested.
Yes. Thank you all for your interventions. I trust that we are all clear. Okay. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the contract to outsource the domain name to outsource the management of the domain name was signed just a few months ago. And the responsibility is on the government of the day to explain to the people of Anguilla what the terms of that contract would have entailed. You don't have to, if there's a confidentiality clause that is contained in the contract. I don't know if it was an MOU. I haven't seen the documents. I know MOUs have confidentiality provisions. I don't know the nature of the document that was signed. And so if there's a confidentiality provision, notwithstanding that, the people of Anguilla are entitled to know what the financial obligations are that the government has put to the people. And so the money is coming in. If it's 95%, if it's 90%, 10%, etc., then the Premier should be able to say so. The Premier should be able to say broadly what the terms of the agreement are so that people can understand. The Premier at a press conference indicated that he could not disclose at the time, and it was the Procurement Committee personnel who visited the radio program along with the PS, and they would have given a little bit more information in terms of what the provision of the contract would have entailed. But the people need to know. And it's a resource, it's a national resource, and people are curious as to what this means for the country, because everyone was so proud of this money finally coming in. It was called, was it speculative revenue? It was. I remember the member for Road North making a statement to say that you couldn't rely on it, etc. Although now it looks like it's a windfall. Thank you very much. Right, and so we see now that it's made that a windfall may well make its way into a wealth fund, and so the ANGLIC, the wealth fund, Madam Speaker, that would have been, that I just made mention of. The question that many people have is, the government has indicated that this is being created and it's coming from, it's going to be able to be used to deal with certain aspects of development for the country, etc., etc. But what the people are saying, Madam Speaker, is that where is their wealth fund? Where is their ability to save, their pockets for them to save? The people of Anguilla, let me say something, because there seems to be a misunderstanding. The people of Anguilla want to be able to control their own money. They want to keep their own money in their pocket. They want to be able to pay their own bills. They want to be able to take care of their children. They want to be able to send their children off to university, pay for medical expenses, do all of the things that they need to do with their own money. So the question that the people are asking is, where is their wealth being kept? Why is it that they are unable to save for themselves? Why is it that they're unable to take care of their own children? Why is it that they now have to look forward to the food vouchers and the credits because they are unable to pay their expenses on every other time? And this is the issue that I have. So don't misunderstand. And I think that sometimes the members of government may feel that the wealth fund is for the people, but at the end of the day, the people care about developing themselves with their own money. So what they want is to be able to retain some of their hard earnings, some of the money that they work for themselves. Even if you create a wealth fund, yes, for the country, people need a wealth fund for themselves. And that is missing. That is what has been missing for the last 4 years. And so it is almost as if this administration feels that they can better utilize the people's money than the people can for themselves. That is not the case. And so,
Madam Speaker, misrepresentation. Sorry, point of order, Madam Speaker. Would you like me to give you the point of order? Misrepresentation. You would like me to explain? Thank you. Madam Speaker, the member is making it seem as though the people are not the beneficiaries of the monies that are being collected, and that the people are paying into the wealth fund. This has nothing to do with monies generated locally. It is given the impression as if the wealth fund is taken away from the people. It is not. It is literally ring-fencing funds to directly reinvest into our people. The same people that the learned leader of the opposition just said needed additional training opportunities and scholarships. The same people that the learned leader of the opposition just said need more water benefits. It is misrepresenting the way how government is intended to use a fund and misrepresenting what the fund will be funded from.
Nation. You may continue.
I'm trying not to laugh because it boggles my mind. I think that notwithstanding the misunderstanding here in the House, I think people understand what I'm saying, that the GST, the high cost of living, the high cost of electricity, all of these things are coming out of their pockets and they're unable to save for a rainy day. So just like how the government is creating a wealth fund, so too people want to create a wealth fund for themselves. I don't know how much more simple I can explain it, but that's essentially the point that I'm making. People want to be able to save for themselves. They want to take their hard-earned money and keep it. Yes, they have to pay taxes. Everyone knows that we have to pay taxes. Taxes are a necessary part of any functioning government. But there is a time when it's an over-taxation where you're taking too much from the people of the country. And that is the point. Because if your people are not saving, if they're not creating their own wealth for themselves, whether as business people, whether as business owners, whether as employees, then the government has failed. Because you cannot look solely at government operations, and you cannot look solely at bringing in to take care of, yes, all the people, all the government expenses, but people, you need to provide an avenue for people to take care of themselves. Now, Madam Speaker, I see in the budget at page 3, there is stamp duty. The estimate for 2024 was $12,847,000. The end of year projection is $24 million, so it's twice the amount, $390,000. Questions are asked, what is that in relation to? That the estimate, obviously, stamp duty is obtained when properties are sold, etc. We understand. We have not seen an official, well, I believe the people of Anguilla will have seen a notice or a news release where the premier and leader of government business would have been at a function congratulating DOT as the new owners of Zemi Beach. But there has been no public signing of an MOU. There's been no discussion with the public in terms of no explanation that even DOT was purchasing Zemi Beach. And this is our administration, because I know that they like to point fingers, but this administration promised the people of Anguilla that they would bring every MOU to the House and this would be a transparent government. We don't know whether there was an MOU. Nobody knows what the details are. And so the people of Anguilla are asking you, hearing all of this talk, and there should not be a talk, because the people of Anguilla should understand what exactly is happening in their country. If it is that Zemi Beach has been sold, that DOT has purchased it, etc., then yes, then be upfront and come say to the people, say to the public, explain what is going on. And so people are asking questions about these things, and when we talk about the lack of transparency, all of these things compounded creates a difficulty. So, Madam Speaker, the increase in stamp duty doubled the amount. It would be interesting to know what the amount entails. Also on page 7, Madam Speaker, we see that there is the exemption from GST food items. So even though the bill hasn't come yet, it's a policy decision. And so the page 7 talks about the recurrent revenue policy assumptions. And it talks about improved management of the domain registry. This is where we see that it moves from 45 million to 51 million. We'd be curious to know what supports this increase in the amount. And to that amount, we also see the gaming tax on revenue. Now, what's interesting is that In the last legislative cycle, a gaming bill was on the agenda. This past legislative cycle, at the opening, when the Honorable Premier would have presented his legislative agenda for the year, there was no gaming bill on that legislative agenda. So we have to ask the question. The fact is that gaming tax on revenue is 0 in 2025, and it's not lost on anyone that 2025 is an election year. But in 2026, it is 4 million, and in 2027, it's 5 million. So the question that we would like the Honorable Premier to answer is whether or not this policy decision or policy assumption that is listed here, gaming tax of revenue, has to do with the passage of the gaming bill that would have been in previous legislative agendas but did not find its way onto the legislative agenda for this term. And we all would know the heated debates and discussions that took place on that. So I think that the people would want to know whether or not you anticipate bringing it back, putting it back on the table in 2026. On page 11, at object code 364, there's culture, art, development. And what's interesting in this, Madam Speaker, is that the approved budget for 2024 was 2.377 million. And for 2025, 862 million, 2026, 862,000, and 2026, 878,000. And so it begs the question, the approved budget for 2024, culture, art, development, what is contained in that? And hopefully the Minister of Social Development can answer, and culture. And I know that there have been heated discussions, and I hope that during her debate that she would explain to the public, give the public an update in terms of what is taking place with the carnival funds. I believe that she would have promised on radio that disclosure of the spend would be forthcoming. I also believe that there would have been promises or undertakings to address the fact that some of the contestants in some of the competitions during Carnival did not receive payment, and the question is, have they received payment as of the date of this House of Assembly, and whether or not that payment is contemplated in 2.377. So we don't know. We know that in the supplementary budget there was a line item with a $1 that was set aside for the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. And the public would like to know whether or not any funds were allocated between the time of the supplementary budget and today for the Lansing Bowl, the completion of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. And the public would also like to know as well the time frame for completion of the Lansing Bowl, because I believe that there are some items that are still outstanding in terms of windows, etc., on that property. And Madam Speaker, you heard the Premier speak about 2021, 2022, 2023, and he talked about all the years and gave an explanation as to what those years, the heading of what those years were represented, or the theme of those years. And so it would have been in his budget address. But not once, Madam Speaker, because he says in his conclusion, and the conclusion, he says, we inherited a distressed economy which was a product of interplay between endogenous and exogenous shocks, deferred policy making, and a lack of financial responsibility. And the shocks were compounded by inattention to inherent weaknesses, structural challenges, etc., by the former AUF administration. So you see here where blame is being laid at the feet of the Anguilla United Front previous administration as a result of failed policies, etc. Yet in 2019, the Premier would have acknowledged that that would have been prudent, responsible spend in the 2019 budget. And so the 2021 budget, he spoke about restoring Anguilla's economy innovatively and sustainably. In 2022, the theme was advancing through adversity, restoring prosperity. 2023, Anguilla reimagined economically resilient, socially inclusive, and physically responsible. And the seem to have lost my last page for 2024, but we, 2024 would have been, well, whatever the theme is in 2024, we can find it. Oh, here it is. Yes, so 2024, the theme for the 2024 budget, oh, I don't have it. Anyway, it's not relevant to the purposes of what I'm about to say, Madam Speaker, but suffice it to say that each of the themes were, oh, here it is. The 2024 budget was themed Anguilla's Blueprint, Harnessing Technology, Empowering Tomorrow's Leaders and Building the Future. And Madam Speaker, when you listen to each of them and you listen to the explanation, for instance, in 2022, the Premier said, in 2021, that as the government required to maintain public debt levels within 3 stipulated borrowing limits, etc. But he does not speak about what happened in 2021. It says in 2020, the debt was $476 million, and he talks about the net debt ratio, debt service ratio. In 2022, says required developing an increased appetite for risk and opening the hospitality sector in an informed, safe, and sustainable manner. It says it was the policies and actions of this administration that gave investors, hotel owners, and restaurant owners the confidence to reopen that brought increased airlift, including direct flights from the U.S. mainland by American Airlines. And not once in all of his explanation, in the summary, in his conclusion, does the Premier recap those 4 years in a way that he spoke about bringing the GST bill to the House in 2021. Totally omitted. It's not evident. There's no, and so you would think as if it wasn't for the rest of us who have a good recollection, you would think that the GST didn't come to the House in 2021 because it's not in the recap for 2021, it's not there. Not once did he speak about his then 2 ministers who stood with the people in 2021 against the passing of the GST legislation in the House of Assembly. Now we know one would have since made their way back over, but the point is at the time that the GST legislation was passed in the House of Assembly, 2 of the members of government walked across and did not support the GST legislation. Not once did the Premier speak about the fact that his government utilized the roles of the Deputy Governor and the Attorney General, selected by the Governor and not elected by the people, to push through the comprehensive, overreaching GST tax bill when the majority of elected representatives in the House of Assembly voted against it. Not once in his recap did he speak about the fact that 2 of his then ministers crossed the floor, signifying their disagreement with the GST bill being forced on the people of Anguilla while we were still suffering from the effects of COVID-19. And not once in his recap did he speak of the petition and protests begging this administration not to implement GST at that time. This at a time when other countries were providing support to their citizens and local businesses. And so, Madam Speaker, one of the issues that continue to circulate is the fact that our young persons are struggling to build homes. It's one of the proposals that we have made as part of the GST relief plan, and even separately, that the government should consider removing construction materials from the GST structure. I remember the Honorable Single Island White member Ken Hodge got up and spoke about a particular person who said, thank God, that he's going to get his, he and 2 others have to go buy things together so that they could beat the GST. But at the end of the day, there are real situations, real circumstances where people are building their homes. They go to the bank anticipating a certain amount of money, securing those funds in order to build their homes, only to find that they've run out of funds because the cost of materials have increased, the cost of shipping has increased, the cost of building materials have increased, and so they are left with a loan and still without a completed home so that they can't move into that house. This is a reality. This is a reality. And so it is not a matter, it is not a laughing matter, it is a matter where people's lives are at stake. where people are concerned about what they're going to do for the future. And we must take steps to be able to address these issues as soon as possible. And so when we talk about overtaxation, what we are talking about is providing relief for the people while you conduct your infrastructural projects. It's not an either-or situation. It's not that either you do infrastructure, you look out for your people. It's how do you look out for your people while you develop the country. It has to go hand in hand, because if you're conducting or you're constructing your infrastructure and you leave your people behind, then your people are not receiving the benefits that you think that they're receiving. They're simply not receiving it. And so, how often is any given person going to use the airport or the government building or any other infrastructural project that is invested right now, versus how often that person has to go to the store to be able to put food on the table to take care of their children? It is not a laughing matter. It is a matter that requires serious contemplation and deliberation by this administration. And there is still time to be able to address these serious issues. Madam Speaker, there are a number of other things that could be discussed, but the reality is that this administration has lost its way. And they lost their way from day one, and maybe that's understandable because they're all new. Not one of them had ever been elected, although the member for District 6 would have stood in the House of Assembly and would have been a parliamentary secretary in charge of tourism. And I could recall that his reach was much wider than that. So he had a designated position, but he actually was much broader than that from my recollection. But not one of these members of government sitting here today had ever been elected. And so because of that, it's easy to understand how they would have been misled by representations that were made to them, finding a bill and saying that the bill was left there by a previous administration. They're told that they have to come to be able to get sworn in before the other members so that they can see what the condition of the country is like. Being told any number of things without even having first-hand knowledge or verifying the information that was being given to them. And so it's easy to understand. And when they stood up during the campaign, the 2020 campaign, and they said no GST, that they had a plan, they obviously did not have any sort of plan that was sustainable. Because when you talk about agriculture, you can't change agriculture overnight. When you talk about fishing, you can't change fishing overnight. The administration has been here for 4 years. And everything takes time to implement. So there's no way that this government would have had a plan that contemplated things that would require time to be able to make adjustments and put it into effect. And remember, any group of persons campaigning in 2020 when the borders were closed, when people were not working, when hotels were closed, had to have understood or should have understood that there was stress that was taking place in relation to the monies coming out. Civil servants had to be paid, government services had to be provided for. But at the end of the day, that money was required to come from somewhere, which is why this administration ultimately agreed to the $100 million. That would have been secured beforehand and negotiated beforehand because of the foresight of the then Minister of Finance and his team in the Ministry of Finance. And so the beautiful, glowing promises that the APM administration made during the 2020 elections to get elected is now lies dashed and broken at the feet of the Anguilla people. And the people of Anguilla can never forget that in their darkest hours, with the borders closed, many out of work, this government demonized a goods and services tax in a different form from which they brought, but a GST anyway, and promised them that they would not implement because they had their own plan for implementation. And at the end of the day, only to find out that, in fact, the member for District 6, who said that GST was like a yellow dad killing your favorite mango tree, was in actual fact part of a previous AUM administration between 2010 and 2015, who in fact progressed GST VAT through Executive Council in 2011 with a proposed implementation date by December of 2014. And we all have the recordings. The member for District 6 said it here in the House. He confirmed that that's the case, that that AUM administration was progressing with a GST VAT structure. He said it when he went to the UK and spoke with the UK persons. He said it in press conferences. So we know that prior to 2020 elections, the AUM administration, as it then was between 2010 and 2015, which the member for District 6 was a part of, had intended to progress GST. But yet still in the 2020 campaign, a GST structure was demonized. And look where we are today. Praise by the members of this administration as to GST. I've heard members say that if it wasn't for GST, that GST is important, is a critical aspect of all of the structure, all of the projects that they are undertaking. So they acknowledge that the same GST that they demonized to get elected, that they're now relying on to follow through on all of the projects. And there's no doubt that this government has money. They have money to spend. They have money for reserves. We talk about bringing down the debt, right? And the reason why is because of the GST that this government implemented that has allowed them to do all of these things that they said that they're now able to do. And so the people of Anguilla need to understand that at the end of the day, yes, this government is the first government, the first administration to have the wide-ranging tax dollars over every other administration in Anguilla's history. So you cannot compare the things that they're able to do with the GST tax dollars with any other administration. This is the same administration that campaigned against it and are now saying that they are relying on it to do so many things. And so at the end of the day, the people have to look at what is happening in this country. They have to look at the fact that we have an administration that does not appear to care for the people of Anguilla. The handouts are given are few and far between, but it is not enough. It is not substantive enough to be able to address the key needs of the people and our local businesses. We talk about the construction of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport would not be possible without GST revenue. The road works across the island would not be possible without the GST revenue. The education projects would not be possible without the GST revenue. But the extent of the GST revenue and the extent of the taxation continues to hurt our people and our local businesses. And many people suffer in silence. They don't want people to know the conditions under which they're living. Many businesses are unable to pay their GST, and they're struggling from before, and for many of them, it is only pride that keeps them going. And so, Madam Speaker, this is the last budget, thankfully, of this administration for their 5-year term. And what the people of Anguilla have gone through in the last 4+ years, it is disheartening that we seem to have a government that does not appreciate and understand that while you are building the wealth fund that benefits people generally, yes. While you are building revenue that benefits the country, yes. It cannot be at the sake of looking out for the people of Anguilla, because it is our people, our taxpayers, who we have to ultimately ensure that they're doing okay, that their families are okay, that their children are okay, and that they are able to take care of themselves. It is a matter of dignity and pride that our people are suffering in silence, and they need to reach back to a point where they can take care of themselves the way in which they are accustomed to. And the Anguilla United Front has a number of proposals and plans that we've been working through. The people of Anguilla have already heard of some. In the interest of the benefit of the people of Anguilla, we had already come to the public on the GST relief plan. We decided that we were not going to wait until elections to implement a GST relief plan. We decided we were not going to wait and say that we're going to campaign on it and we're going to tell you we have a plan like this administration and you will only know once we get elected. No. We disclosed it, we released it because we want the people of Anguilla to understand that we're working hard to be able to bring real transformative change, real change, not the change that this government has the dollars, the little coins that they call change, but real change, real transformational change to the country in terms of the various areas in health, in education, in agriculture and farming and fisheries, and with digital technology and various innovation, with sports, with youth and culture, all across the board. We have been working tirelessly to come up with plans and a vision to ensure that we carry Anguilla forward, not for 5 years, not just after we get elected, but and come up with the vision there. No, we're working behind the scenes to ensure that it's presented to the people in a clear and concise manner. And that vision ought to take a country, Anguilla, forward for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And that is what the people want. The people want a government with a vision, not a government that jumps up and says, oh, we're going to remove property tax. We're happy for it. Well, where did that come from? That wasn't part of your original plan. Was it? Nobody knows, because there was no budget. There was no manifesto. Oh, we're going to build the airport terminal from revenue. Who knows? Where did that come from? Oh, we're going to build 4 4-story buildings for the government administration building. Where did that come from? It's like, you wake up and you roll over and you come up with a brilliant idea and say, oh, this looks good. Let's do it. Right? Where's the consultation? Where's the discussion with the people of Anguilla? Where is a national development plan to roll out? And so when I sit down, Madam Speaker, I am sure that the members of government will have all that they have to say, right? Because instead of leading, they have been campaigning and politicking as if they are opposition members for the last 4+ years. And they will continue to do so, because they recognize that people are unhappy, and so they must take whatever opportunity they have to be able to stand and use a platform to be able to try to suggest that their actions were actions that benefited the people of Anguilla. But those who are feeling it, those who are seeing it, those who are hearing it, those who are living it, know better. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I end my contribution for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I acknowledge the member for Road North, but before that, I am going to ask that we recess for lunch, because lunch has already been delivered. So, do you need an hour? An hour for lunch? Okay, so we will resume at 1 p.m. Okay. This Honourable House now stands in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you, members. Good afternoon, members, and welcome back as the Assembly continues with the debate of Bill for Appropriation 2025 Act 2024. I now invite the Honorable Member for Road North to make his contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone who's listening, whether it's by Radio Anguilla or on our Facebook pages. Madam Speaker, thanks for this opportunity afforded to me to make my contributions on this 2025 budget. Madam Speaker, last Sunday at the opening, well, the soft opening, I must say, because they did announce they're going to have a nice and proper opening in June of next year. But at the soft opening, the first service at the Bethel Methodist Church since August of 2017, my former principal, Mr. Ray, made some comments about the renovation of the church, because he was speaking about he witnessed a hurricane in 1960, the roof came on, they put it back on the same way. Then they went through Hurricane Lewis in 1995, the roof came off, then put it back on the same way. So they stepped back, took their time, and they got some ridicule about how long it took to get it back up and running. But he's rightfully stated, they took a step back, they could not put on the roof the same way. The church is 48 years old, so they needed to really look at how they was going to make this church sustainable for any shocks that would come in the future, Madam Speaker. And I want us to hold that thought. So first of all, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the staff at the Ministry of Finance for this budget. I know that I've seen for the last 4 years the work that goes into putting this budget together. From their meetings with all the department heads, the meetings with us back and forth, and the meetings with the ministers and cabinet itself is a very, very difficult one. So it kind of irked me a little bit, Madam Speaker, when I hear persons who're supposed to know better, Madam Speaker, refer to this budget as unsustainable. Because, Madam Speaker, those of us on this side and the members on the other side who would have sat in government, gone through EXCO, know how the budget works. You prepare the MTEF prior. The MTEF is done over a 3 to 5 year plan, which lays out the groundwork and put all the numbers in place on what the budget should look like. The MTEF, like the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill, and the budget, like the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill said earlier, is approved by the UK government. We are contingent liability for the UK government, Madam Speaker. The UK government is not going to get a budget from us. Look at it, say it's unsustainable, and say, well, let me leave them people handle their own affairs. If it's unsustainable, Madam Speaker, it will not pass. And we have seen that in previous years, Madam Speaker, where the budget, we are done in March, April of the following year, and budgets can't be passed, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while I'm on stuff that the former administration would have done, there's a word I keep hearing float around a lot recently, Madam Speaker, that word of transparency. We took the break for lunch, so I forgot to Google it. I started to Google the word transparency because I needed to understand what that word meant, Madam Speaker. Because sometimes it seems that words only operate and mean something to you, but doesn't mean the same thing to someone else. So I just wanted to make sure that all of us understand what transparency is. Because we have something called a banking resolution. No transparency, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and something that's very, very dear to my heart, and I can say safely, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the member for Sandy Hill, the Honorable Member for West End, the Honorable Single Island-wide member, and the rumored fourth at-large candidate that they will be unveiling soon, all sat in Executive Council, Madam Speaker, approved, Madam Speaker, a marina for sandy ground, Madam Speaker. Who they consulted with, Madam Speaker? No one knew. No one in sandy ground, Madam Speaker, knew. No one. There wasn't even a newspaper clipping, because if you want to hear about certain things, you can say the Premier made a speech and they saw it in a newspaper clipping. But when it came to the Standing Ground Marina, no one knew, Madam Speaker. No one knew. So I just have my questions about what transparency means to everyone, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill, when she was making her presentation, she was saying that the budget is unsustainable. And Madam Speaker, I went through the figures. I went through them again while she was making her presentation. And I'm trying to wonder, Madam Speaker, what in this budget from the recurrent expenditure, Madam Speaker? Because the recurrent expenditure, Madam Speaker, is 355 million. Our recurrent revenue is 525 million, Madam Speaker. So between the recurrent revenue and the recurrent expenditure, we have a surplus of $171 million, Madam Speaker. So there's no long-term undue pressures, Madam Speaker. This is not unsustainable, Madam Speaker, because capital budgets are one-off. Capital expenditure is one-off. Maybe for a year or for two, but it's going to end. It's not like the recurrent expenditure like salaries and such, Madam Speaker. That comes every year. We have to account for that. So I would like, Madam Speaker, if through you, or if I ever get a chance, maybe after the House meeting, the member for Sandy Hill, because we get along well, maybe she can tell me what in this budget she can cut, Madam Speaker. Are we going to take away security from the schools, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, are we going to take back the 2008 salaries from the public servants, Madam Speaker? So I would really like to know, Madam Speaker, what in this budget that the honorable member for Sandy Hill saw that says to her it's unsustainable, when there's $170 million between what we have in recurrent revenue and what we have in recurrent expenditure, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I'm just curious as to whether the member would like me to address it now?
No, we can do this afterwards
After?
over a drink.
Okay, all right. Okay, no problem.
No need to interrupt my learned friend. No need to. Me and the honorable member, yeah, we get along fine.
That's what I said, 10 minutes. See me, I said, you gotta guarantee it.
The member for Sandy Hill also was bemoaning the fact that we are using taxpayer dollars, Madam Speaker. She bemoaned it over and over that we are using the taxpayers' money. But Madam Speaker, again, something we can discuss after this House and over drinks. What are we supposed to do with the taxpayers' money, Madam Speaker, if not try to pay the bills of this country, Madam Speaker? If not try to make this a better country, Madam Speaker? What are we collecting the taxpayers' dollars for, Madam Speaker? And again, me and the honorable member can have this discussion, and maybe she can give me some ideas of what we're supposed to do with the taxpayers' money. Because we're definitely not going to put it up to have a big party. We are going to use this money to build this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill also spoke about us using reserves as opposed to go alone. So, Madam Speaker, just bear with me for a moment. We had a banking resolution which cost us almost $500 million in debt. And I think everyone in Anguilla agrees that because of this banking resolution debt, GST had to come. I think we can all say that. Whether we decide we were going to phase it in, bring it in one approach, whether we were going to bring it in 2020, 2022, that we are far past that discussion.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is misleading. I would have expressed in my presentation that the member for District 6 would have been part of a government that intended to bring in the banking the GST even before the banking resolution took place. And that was in 2011 that decision was made in the House in Executive Council.
Thank you, member. So, Madam Speaker, I will maintain that because of the banking resolution, because of the expense caused by the banking resolution, the almost $500 million, Madam Speaker, because of that, Madam Speaker, the UK government said, we have you and you will have to impose GST, Madam Speaker. So it doesn't matter if we were going to phase it in, if we were going to drop it in, if we were going to kick it up, GST was coming, Madam Speaker. So because we have a $500 million loan that we have to pay back, and sometimes I'm careful when I say that, because the $200+ million for Social Security is not a loan, Madam Speaker. That is just money we have to pay back. It's just there, and this administration is working to pay back. The Social Security money was never a loan. It's just money that was paid by the people of Anguilla, paid in, just no, we have to pay it back, Madam Speaker. The people of Anguilla. Because the people of Anguilla hasn't changed since 2020 now, Madam Speaker. The same people of Anguilla in 2015 are the same people of Anguilla in 2024. They haven't changed. They haven't changed. Because I think sometimes we behave as if there's this set of people, there's that set of people, and only one set of people is listening. So the same people who have to pay back that debt of $500 million are the same people we are talking about today that are suffering. But yet, Madam Speaker, we are saying, go get a loan. Don't use the reserves that we have accumulated. Go and get a loan, Madam Speaker. So, let me understand let me see if I get this correct. We are already paying down a $500 million debt. Go get another loan. So, Madam Speaker, who's supposed to pay this? Who's supposed to pay this, Madam Speaker? And again, maybe the honorable member will grace me after this House, Madam Speaker, and explain to me that if we have a debt already and we are going to take on more debt, how will it be paid? More taxation to the people of Anguilla? Because these are the same people, Madam Speaker, that I'm here at Horton. These are the same people who are under undue pressures. But we want to burden them with another loan, Madam Speaker? As my daughter will say to me, Madam Speaker, make it make sense, Daddy. And Madam Speaker, I also took note that the honorable member spent a lot of time on the proposed building for government. The member took a real amount of time bemoaning that building, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, currently, there's quite a few departments of the government of Anguilla. There are some persons from customs who work at home. Some people can't go in the office, Madam Speaker, because the buildings are infested with mold. Madam Speaker, go and look at the recurring expenditure for 2025, what we're going to be paying in rental income, Madam Speaker. I'll wait. Somebody could look for it. $9.5 million, Madam Speaker. Remember I said what recurrent expenditures, Madam Speaker. So we're paying 9.95 in 2025, 9.5 in 2026, 9.5 in 2027, 9.5 in 2028, and by that time a couple more buildings might have mold, so it'll be up to $10 million annually, Madam Speaker. So in 5 years we could be spending $50 million, Madam Speaker, when we got $10 million that we could take from our reserves and build a new building, Madam Speaker. Again, like my daughter does say, Daddy, make it make sense now. Madam Speaker, and I've said it from the start since I've been in this honorable house. I met a gentleman one time, and he said, young man, anytime you go to the house, speak facts. Speak facts. And I know sometimes emotions get the best of us, but we need to look at all the figures, Madam Speaker. We can't just see a 10 million and say, I got them. This is what I'm rushing to go do. Madam Speaker, all of us is going to age out. So even if we are occupying those buildings in 2025, 2026, we're not going to be here forever. This is not for us. This is giving hope for our generations, Madam Speaker. This is what that is. So, if I'm sitting in cabinet, the decision comes, You have an opportunity to build a building, put in the first phase next year, $10 million, or we continue paying $10 million every year in rental income for the next 5, 6, 7 years. That's a no-brainer for me, Madam Speaker. That's easy maths. Madam Speaker, I've heard it from the other side on more than one occasion that it was important, that it was very, very important for the farmer administration to save Social Security. And I agree with that 150%, Madam Speaker. It was very, very important to save Social Security. So, as they have said on more than one occasion, they made the hard decisions to save Social Security, Madam Speaker. Good, I agree. Expand that, Madam Speaker. We are talking about the entire country, Madam Speaker. The entire country, this country that we all claim to love, Anguilla. So you're trying to say, so Social Security is what's saving, but Anguilla is not what's saving? Anguilla is not what's saving? So we know we got $500 million in debt. The Premier have said it on more than one occasion. We got one day spending money. Our loan, what we have to pay in loans is 60-something% of our GDP. That's what we met. We can't borrow. We can't do nothing. So what are we supposed to do, Madam Speaker, except make the hard decisions to save this country? Because, Madam, the member for Sandy Hill was correct, Madam Speaker. This country didn't default on any of its loans. But countries have defaulted on loan payments. It has happened to many, many countries, Madam Speaker. And you know what happened to those countries, Madam Speaker? They did not make the hard decisions, Madam Speaker. They chose to kick cans down the road, Madam Speaker. We had to make hard decisions, Madam Speaker. Hard decisions. So yes, make the hard decision for Social Security. You were in the driver's seat at that point in time. You made a hard decision for Social Security, an institution that is valued in this country, Madam Speaker, and I agree with that 100%. What happened to Country Anguilla? Can the hard decisions be made for Country Anguilla, Madam Speaker? We have to. Madam Speaker, when I was preparing for this budget debate this morning, I told my wife I'm going to be boring and I'm going to state nothing but facts and figures, Madam Speaker. So I want to state some numbers, Madam Speaker, that backed up all I just said, Madam Speaker. So just bear with me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like I said earlier, our current revenue is $525 million. Our current expenditure is $325 million, Madam Speaker. So we have a surplus just between our current revenue and our current expenditure of $170 million, Madam Speaker. Our capital expenditure, Madam Speaker, is $191 million, Madam Speaker. That's our capital expenditure, which means when you take away what we have in surplus and what we have planned for expenditure, for capital expenditure, we're going to be $21 million short. And Madam Speaker, we might not even need that, because we heard everyone saying that that AI is doing so well. Because these are projected figures, Madam Speaker. And I know that in more than one meetings, when we sat with Cabinet, sat in Exco, sometimes the PS will be stating figures, and the honorable member for Road South would be like, no, the tourism figure is going to be better. And she said, Minister, we are on the side of caution. We are on the side of caution. So even when the numbers come in at a certain, even them know it can be more. But we have to account for shocks, Madam Speaker. We have to account for hurricanes. We have to account for pandemics. And while I'm on that, Madam Speaker, let me talk about plans. Because one time I got up here and I was speaking about how I love it when a plan gets together. And one of the opposition members got up and she spoke, rightfully so, as she was supposed to do, respond to my presentation. And she said the farmer administration could not stick to the plan because there was Hurricane Irma and there was COVID. And I need to correct something on COVID. They shut down the country in March. Election was in June. They didn't have to battle with COVID. Because if they had reserves, and that's another thing, Madam Speaker, the Honorable...
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, it's a total misrepresentation that the member is saying. I could understand because he was not in the House. He was not in Executive Council. We had to make serious accommodations. We had to bring a supplementary budget to the House of Assembly to be able to address the COVID-related issues. We had to ensure that the healthcare will receive sufficient funding to be able to accommodate that. We had to bring the health officer, ensure that she was doing what she had to do to ensure that the country was closed and people were coming in. There was a lot of work that was done at that time. And so it is, I think that the member is speaking out of turn. Maybe he doesn't know, he wasn't there, but it's a total misrepresentation. I'll ask him to withdraw the statement.
So like I was saying, Madam Speaker, the opposition said that they had to deal with the shocks of Hurricane Irma, and they had to deal with the shocks of COVID. And like I said, Madam Speaker, the island was shut down in March, elections were called in June. This administration had to take up all the slack.
What the member said is that there were preparations made. That is what she basically was saying. Okay.
Fair
so,
enough.
Thanks.
Preparations.
Okay.
Sorry,
Preparation.
on the point of MS, more than just preparation, because at the time that the country was shut down, there were 3 persons who had there were 3 cases of COVID in Anguilla. And so we had to shut down and ensure that for 2 weeks, everyone remained at home to ensure that the country was safe. So it was more than that. There was actually a lot of work that went on in that time, and there were cases of COVID when we shut down. Thank you.
Yes, I think we understand both
No,
sides of the argument.
and I do acknowledge that,
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
okay, good.
I am not saying that a lot of work did not go into place, Madam Speaker. I am not saying that, and I thank them for shutting down the country, because I know there was opposition to persons that did not want the country shut down. So I applaud them for that. But the fact remains, the country was shut down in March, Madam Speaker, and in June there was a new administration, Madam Speaker. That does not change. Have I said anything that's wrong, Madam Speaker? If I am, correct me. Because again, Madam Speaker, I only want to speak facts, Madam Speaker. I am not, this is an honorable house, Madam Speaker. I try my best to keep it that way. So if I am wrong up from a ton, again, me and the honorable member, we can discuss it afterwards, Madam Speaker. But I'm saying, the country was shut down in March. Elections was in June. A new administration came in, Madam Speaker, who had to deal with all the ramifications of COVID, of country shutdown, of trying to find funding to keep your employees going for over a year, Madam Speaker. That's all I'm saying to that, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, a good point was brought up on reserves. I heard the member speaking about that the administration would not have used reserves. But tell me something. You could use something if you ain't got it?
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I don't recall saying that we would not have used any reserves. So if you can provide some clarity. No.
Again, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker. And I'm not trying to impugn. All I'm saying is that they spoke about us using the reserves, Madam Speaker, and I'm saying you cannot speak about having reserves to spend on building anything if you don't have reserves, Madam Speaker. It's a foreign concept, Madam Speaker. That's all I'm saying, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, like I was saying before, the capital budget that we have, the capital expenditure budget, is projected to run at $191 million. The surplus we have is $170 million. That's why it's called a deficit. But like you at home, Madam Speaker, if you have $500 on your bank account, you need to buy something for $50. Do you go get a loan? Do you use your credit card? Or do you say, hey, this is going to cost me in the long run, bank fees, interest, what have you. Let me just go and take off this $50, pay for it, and I don't have to worry about those fees. Madam Speaker, it's easy for persons to say, go take a loan, right? And there's a number of things that have to be considered when you take a loan. And I have it here, and I'll get to it in a while, to Madam Speaker, to explain a little bit more in depth. When you get a loan, Madam Speaker, everybody knows this, it has to be paid back. And Madam Speaker, when you get a loan and you're paying it back, those first few years, anybody who had any loan or know anything about banking, you know what you're paying the majority of that loan for? Not the principal. Not the principal. Pure interest, Madam Speaker. Pure interest. Even when you have a grace period, Madam Speaker, even when they give you a grace period to pay, you still have to cover the interest in that grace period, Madam Speaker. It's not a grant, it's a loan. So you have money that's sitting there collecting 1%, 2% in some cases, maybe up to 3%. So you should leave that money there, go take a loan where you have to pay 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%, and depends on where you go, Madam Speaker. That math ain't matting, Madam Speaker. That math is not matting. And I'm not trying to be funny, Madam Speaker, because I keep hearing the argument, they should go get a loan. They should go get a loan. You know the other thing with going get a loan, Madam Speaker? Because it's another thing that's shown about on whether the government of Anguilla need to give the blessings to this place or need to give the blessings. You know what blessings is called? A contingent liability. Blessings ain't mean say, okay, we bless it. You have to sign that if this person can't pay, you gotta pay. That's a contingent liability. And if you check to the budget, you will see the contingent liability for government is captured. It's not like, oh, we ain't had that money for government itself, so we leave that money by the side. It has to be counted for. And if we want to continue to meet these benchmarks that are set up in law, the benchmarks that will give us that little freedom to go and borrow on our own, that we don't have to go to Mother England cap in hand, we need to be prudent, Madam Speaker. That is all. And sometimes I was listening to a radio program, and the host and another member on his panel was saying they are concerned because we are growing the economy too fast. Now, I don't watch as much CNN and MSN as my good friend here. But I had never heard of an economy growing too fast. They say we're growing the economy too fast. One time we came back here and they said it's an airport budget. But now it has moved from an airport budget to a budget that ain't sustainable. Which is it? And I've just shown you, Madam Speaker, it's very, very much sustainable. Because we have sent off our EBTEF, our 3-4-year plan down the road that experts in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office have looked at and say, these people in Anguilla know what I'm doing now. Madam Speaker, I want to highlight some things from the budget, because some of them was shown in a negative light, and I just want to shine a little better light on them so persons could understand. Because we leave from here, we'll hear stories, then people don't care, then bring the biggest budget, $500 and something million budget to Anguilla. But there's context, Madam Speaker. For example, in our recurring revenue, because when we talk about people hurting, people not work, all those things, from our taxes on payroll, which is probably one of the best indicators you have of our working force, it has gone from in 2022 has gone from 19 million to a projected amount of $25.5 million in 2025, Madam Speaker. Meaning, either more people working or more people making more money. It's as simple as that. Our sales of goods as government has gone from 51 million in 2022 to $184 million in 2025. Again, there are some factors for that. The continued growth of our E-zone. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, government took over the water department. So now those bills are paid directly into central government. So that's a direct income now for government of Anguilla. And of course, the Premier spoke about what we are collecting from that AI, and with all the plans we have for it, what we will continue to make from that AI. And now let's take a deeper look, Madam Speaker, into the recurrent expenditure. The largest thing on the recurrent expenditure, Madam Speaker, is salaries, wages, personal emoluments. In 2022, Madam Speaker, it was $88 million. I know the last speaker spoke about it quite a bit, how the budget has grown. $88 million, Madam Speaker. In 2025, it's projected to be $146 million, Madam Speaker. That is a significant jump. But why is it a significant jump, Madam Speaker? Like I said earlier, we took over the water department. Health authority is now part of central government. That's two huge departments that came over, Madam Speaker. More importantly, Madam Speaker, we have gone back to 2008 to reinstitute salaries, Madam Speaker, for those persons who have been making, we all talk about inflation and everything, and we had public servants making less than their 2008 salary. Madam Speaker, also taken in consideration into that amount is that there's a review of the public service and the grading system and how they're being paid. And that's taken in consideration into the budget. Because again, Madam Speaker, like the PS said in all those meetings, this ain't no guesswork. Real numbers have been run, Madam Speaker. Real numbers have been run. Madam Speaker, in 2022, the operating and maintenance costs for the entire government of Anguilla was $12 million. 2025 is projected to be $18 million. Again, Madam Speaker, we have a whole host of huge schools, new polyclinics. They need maintaining, Madam Speaker. They're not going to maintain themselves. They're not going to maintain themselves. So budgets have to be increased. Then we have underlined, which I know the talk show personnel is going to jump up on, consultancy and training. I sent a text at 3 o'clock, Madam Speaker, just to make sure that I understood correctly what this funding was for. This consultancy and training, because in 2022, Madam Speaker, it was $8 million. In 2025, it's projected to be $29 million. This is mainly for security for our schools, Madam Speaker. We know what's happening on our island. I was chairman of the Gun Crime and Violence Committee, Madam Speaker. It was such a serious matter that across the we had equal members that threw their hands up quickly, Madam Speaker, because we all realize how serious this issue is. No member in the House is running away from it. But like I told the Premier in one of our cabinet meetings, when we were talking about CCTV and security for the island, we can't put our money where our mouth is. So some parties might say, over 10 years ago, we had to pay all that for security and we had shootings. Things have changed. Things have changed. No one wants to hear that there's a shooting at the school. And the security is intense, Madam Speaker. Down to riding on the buses with the students is what the security does, Madam Speaker. It comes at an expense. Now we are looking to roll out security further, even down to the primary schools, Madam Speaker. Is that what we're going to cut, Madam Speaker, when we talk that the budget is not sustainable? You tell me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I mentioned earlier our public debt, which was $495 million, just a hair short of $500 million, Madam Speaker. You think about that. And Madam Speaker, that was 63% of our GDP. 63%. You know how much was going to be projected for 2024? Because of prudent and fiscal management, proper prudent fiscal management, Madam Speaker, it's going to be $331 million, Madam Speaker. Just 20% of our GDP, Madam Speaker. Room to move our shoulders, Madam Speaker. And not only have we brought it down, Madam Speaker, we've also grown our reserves And when you say you're growing your reserves, Madam Speaker, you're not bragging, you're not boasting, because the same way we had to save Social Security, the same way we had to save the banks, the same way we need to save this country, Anguilla, Madam Speaker. So if we can appreciate wanting to save the banks, wanting to save Social Security, where's Social Security? Where's the banks? Not in Anguilla. So if you save them, you don't save Anguilla, you might as well not waste your time save them. Madam Speaker, the numbers are there. They are here. They're read out. We just can't jump on something and say, da. Analyze it. Analyze it. I know we have the ability to. I've sat in meetings. I know we have the ability to analyze these things. So, Madam Speaker, having that flexibility now that we are coming within all our benchmarks, it gave us flexibility to borrow on our own. We have a lot of needs, Madam Speaker. Since the Premier announced in the budget address that there'll be a few roads getting fixed, every member has gotten the calls, Madam Speaker. Every member has gotten the calls. What about this road? What about my road? What about the road going across there?
And I know Carter is going to be speaking about that later.
Roads need to be fixed, Madam Speaker. But you can't be asking for more roads to be fixed, but think that the budget is unsustainable. As someone, Madam Speaker, who went to a lot of Sunday schools, still goes to church, I know there was a time that manna fell from the sky. I think that was a one-off. It hasn't happened since. So manna ain't falling from the sky from us, Madam Speaker. Manna is not falling from the sky. So we have to make our own manna, Madam Speaker. We have to make our own manna. Madam Speaker, so I'll just list out for a little bit what that $191 million. And it's not going to be everything. So if anybody is listening and they're about to do the calculations, it won't come up to $191 million. But it's to highlight the major accomplishments that this 191 does. And Madam Speaker, this is the first time since we've been here that we had some flexibility. Just a little flexibility we finally got to. So yeah, we might be a little glad frightened and want to do everything, but we finally have some flexibility, Madam Speaker, to do capital projects after being shackled for the last 3 years, Madam Speaker. So we have $129 million, Madam Speaker, proposed for the next year phasing of the airport. $129 million airport for the airport. And Madam Speaker, I could remember, because it's a big discussion whether the terminal should have been built first, whether the runway should have been built first. And we have to recognize what type of tourists we have coming to Anguilla. No disrespect to a lot of other places, but the tourists that come to Anguilla are of a certain ilk. So if you extend your runway, you got 3 flights, and then you got people standing in the rain getting wet. We are doomed. And we can't put up a tent. Because it was the former Minister of Infrastructure, when they had a problem with the tent, he said, spoon the tent.
He didn't exactly say spoon.
He said, spoon the tent. So we are supposed to now spoon another tent and put it up by the airport?
It was there when we came in office. It was a tent.
So the plan, and Madam Speaker, there was always, I need to touch on this too. Since I've been a little boy, I thought about the Valley Main Road getting fixed. Not a novel idea. I've been hearing about airports. I heard at one point in time they were supposed to go Brimagin. At one point in time it was supposed to go Scrub Island. The honorable member read out their plans for it. There was always plans spoken about. But you know what I had never seen, Madam Speaker?
Implementation.
They didn't even have the master plan.
That's true. You're right. You're right.
They didn't even have the master plan. So they were going to build it without a master plan.
Master plan on when? Sorry.
When we came in is when the master plan was developed, and that's what we are following, the blueprint,
Yep.
the plans. See that word, Madam Speaker, plans. But you just can't have plans, eh? You have to follow them. So nobody could make you a promise about what they plan to do, but will they follow through? We have. We have. So back to what the $191 million cover, Madam Speaker. So we said 129 million going to the airport. 15 million, Madam Speaker, going for the technical block. And that's very key, Madam Speaker, because the Minister for Sustainability and the Environment, she's pushing hard, Madam Speaker, with our food security. We see the greenhouses, we see the aquaponics, we see the shade houses, the water tanks. There's a new day in farming. Farming is now becoming sexy, Madam Speaker. So we're gonna need people for it, Madam Speaker. I was at the high school graduation. Chris Richardson gave an amazing speech, Madam Speaker. In the part of that speech that stuck with me, Madam Speaker, we are developing the country, but are we developing the minds for the country? And it's important for us to get that technical block in because we need our next generation of farmers, our next generation of mechanics. Because planes going to be coming in India, we're going to need those guys to be able to fix planes. Madam Speaker, we need our next generation. And while we're speaking about the next generation, this administration, the one that don't care, has invested millions in scholarships, Madam Speaker. So you're telling me you don't care and you're putting millions into scholarships, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, this ain't just an airport budget. This ain't an unsustainable budget. This is a budget for the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. The numbers are here. The numbers are here. Signed and sent to the Farmer and Commonwealth office and sent back and say, this is good. No. $10 million, like I said earlier, Madam Speaker, budgeted for the government building. We get that built. For the next 5 years, $50 million going where? Into more reserves. Because, Madam Speaker, sometimes you have to build to save, Madam Speaker. Sometimes you have to build to save. Because if you just put it there and save, I think growing interest at 1%.
True.
So you have to build to save.
And you're borrowing at 8%?
$7 million, Madam Speaker, this year, well, this coming year, for roads. And I thank this administration for hearing my cries for the last couple of years and giving us that new road in Natal. I thank you guys. And I just want to let everybody else know in Anguilla, we coming to higher. Be patient. We coming to higher. Eradicate all Dutch roads. $4 million, Madam Speaker, for our water network is going to be phased, Madam Speaker. It's a $16 million. It's going to be phased over time because you just can't shut off all the water, dig up all the pipes one time, and got people balling. Water is necessary, Madam Speaker. It's needed. We now got a wiggle room, Madam Speaker. So this budget ain't just about government looking good now, Madam Speaker. Again, this is for the people. Because there was some time previously when someone said to the people of Anguilla, stop building cisterns. Some people heeded that. Oh. Now we got water issues, they can't get water. So we have to come in just, because you're not going to go dig up your house to put a new cistern. So we have to fix the water problem. Madam Speaker was saying sometimes you just got to hug up and love up some things. We hugging up and loving up all the problems we meet. You know that joke about a guy went to church and the pastor said, bring your problems and bring them to the altar. He went home and get his wife. It's a joke, Madam Speaker, for elsewhere. I'm just saying, sometimes you have to hug up your problems, Madam Speaker, and we've met plenty. Plenty. We were told to embrace some of them, Madam Speaker. We were told to stop, to shut up, and get it done. Fix it. That's what we're doing, Madam Speaker. See how we fixed it? $15 million going to the technical block. We know they gotta get fixed. But we know we couldn't fix it with one-day resolves. We know we couldn't fix it with one-day resolves. But we got 3 months plus resolves now. So we got flexibility. Wiggle room, Madam Speaker. Wiggle room, you could move your hands now. I remember the minister, like, why you keep referring to you, sir? I remember the minister in Exco Ballon one time. I need to take out the knees off our throat. Because that's what it was when we came in, Madam Speaker. No room to move. But we got that flexibility now, man. And they're getting better, you know. They're getting better, Madam Speaker. $2.3 million, Madam Speaker, to complete the Vivian Vanderpool School. Premier, please pass without a camera next time.
He goes in without a camera all the time.
$2.3 million to complete the Vivian Vanderpool School, Madam Speaker. A school that I heard that we were told to shut down and move the students over to the other side. But the Premier said, no, fix it, no problem. Hug up our problems, Madam Speaker, bringing them to the altar. $2.2 million for Incinerator. Madam Speaker, of all the things on this list, this is the one I'm looking forward to the most. Yes, the airport is nice. Yes, yeah, you're going to want that, you need it. But you know I've spoken in here about how I feel about our young men in Anguilla. And we need a proper place, Madam Speaker, because young men tend to get themselves in little trouble sometimes. And I keep saying, Madam Speaker, I've yet to meet a bad boy in Anguilla. Most of them I've seen in Screwface when they go, hey, what you saying, my boy? He daps me up, yeah, very good. If that's somebody with anger or they are mad, they're not doing that. So we have to figure out how we can fix them when they do run afoul of the law. So of all the things on this list, this is the one I'm anxious for. So we could build a proper facility that we can rehabilitate them, Madam Speaker. Not just drop them in a pen, rehabilitate them so we can have good functioning citizens in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we got $2 million put away for the school buses. Feels like this school buses, we need them, Madam Speaker. I've seen in the inside of those buses. Those of us with children, look inside those school buses, and you're gonna understand why we need to put this money aside for the school buses. Sometimes I feel the school buses can only drive on dry days. It rains, children gotta be inside the school bus with an umbrella, Madam Speaker. We need these school buses, Madam Speaker. Police vehicles, I've shown people have looked around and see the police driving rentals. The other day, coming from Stony Ground, this vehicle coming across full speed with the lights flashing. I say, it's a crazy man. Only when the vehicle got next to me, I realized the police more than likely going to an emergency. But because they don't have the proper vehicle, Madam Speaker, they're using a rented vehicle. They run the risk of causing an accident on their way to an emergency. We need to get those vehicles. And Madam Speaker, we got $4.6 million put away for food security. $4.6 million. I was at a presentation of some chicks the other day. And member helped me out. How much money you told the farmers you're coming with the first year? None. Yeah? Then 1.2. Then how much? It keep increasing. Because it's nice for us, Madam Speaker, to take off GST food and for the exempted items that have already been there, duty-free and GST. Sidebar, Madam Speaker, I need to go back to that. The exempted items, there was no duty and no GST on them. No GST, no duties on them. Same when it comes to gas. When it comes to gas, there's no GST, no taxes on gas. So we try to keep making it easier. But we have a $4.6 million, Madam Speaker, for food security. So we're not only lowering it at this end, we are making sure, Madam Speaker, but wait, if you don't care about somebody, you're going to feed them? You're going to make sure them eat? Because if I don't care about you, I ain't feeding you. What do you mean being care? Look what these numbers represent, Madam Speaker. These numbers represent what the people of these go direct to the people of Anguilla. Half of these things I call, Madam Speaker, fancy buildings. You're not going to hear nothing about them maybe after this meeting, because they're going to go into work, they're going to go into helping people, and I haven't even touched the increase we've done for medical overseas. We've increased that because we realize more and more persons are being flied out. And Madam Speaker, when it comes to health, look what we put in the budget. MRI waiting room and furniture, fixtures and equipment. They're here in the budget, Madam Speaker. That's for the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. The MARG equipment, the establishment of triad services, grounding protection systems so that if all them new equipment we're going to be getting, that it don't fail. Equipment for the neonatal intensive care unit, Madam Speaker. The UPS critical branch, Madam Speaker. A UPS costs $256,000, Madam Speaker. It's an expensive piece of equipment, but where are you getting it? Because you need to make sure your people are okay, Madam Speaker. The fiber upgrade, the relocation of the incinerator, because I understand where it is now, I think it's close to the dialysis room. You can't have them two mixing, so we have to relocate that. The expansion of the central sterilization department. Ooh. Equipment for the operating theater, C-arm and laparoscopic tower with scopes. Planning, Madam Speaker, see this is a government that plans ahead. Planning for the hyperbaric chamber, $1.4 million. You know why, Madam Speaker? Because we got dive tourism coming. Because we're working on the dive tourism legislation and everything. So we got to make sure that we got the other end covered. We don't care about people. I don't understand it. Madam Speaker, as I close, let me just finish up, because it was brought in, let me just finish up something from the 2021 budget that the Premier presented. In closing, he said, and I think I read this the last time now that I'm looking at it, but it bears repeating. Madam Speaker, while the budget is clinical, a compilation of numbers, it affects lives, it determines destiny, and must be taken seriously. This is the 2021 budget. This budget is about sacrifice and hope. It is about financial responsibility, prudent spending, and sustainable economic growth. The restoration of our economy will call for sacrifice, commitment, and collective agreement that will define us as a people. This is where we were in 2021, Madam Speaker. We must be willing to sacrifice for each other and for Anguilla with a hope that through this we will all contribute to building a better society, knowing that we are all in this together. Our people have endured worse than this and have persevered, proud and resilient. Finally, I leave with you these words of hope from the scriptures. 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 10. After your season of suffering, God in all his grace will restore, confirm, strengthen, and establish you. And Joel chapter 2, verse 25. God can restore what is broken and change it into something amazing. All you need is faith. And Madam Speaker, I add one more verse to that. Psalms 126, verses 5 to 6. Those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy. He who goes out weeping, bearing the seed for sowing, shall come home with shouts of joy, bringing his sheaves with them. Madam Speaker, we've shed tears. We've cried. But this budget is our first step to hope, to joy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Single Island-wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Joseph Vanderpool, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, put it up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to yourself, to my fellow colleagues on both sides of the aisle, to the persons in the gallery, as well as to every Anguillan listening, whether that be via radio or via Facebook. Madam Speaker, I rise today, and the gravity of today's debate is not lost on me. This is the last budget debate which we'll be having before we go towards the next general election. In many respects, it is a time of reckoning, a time of reflection, and this debate in particular will be one that is paid very keen attention to by the people of Anguilla, who will very soon have to make a decision as to how the future that they wish to pursue and exist in looks like. As usual, Madam Speaker, the members of the parliamentary opposition are not here today simply to cast stones, as it is not the opposition's role to oppose simply for opposing's sake. Instead, we believe in contributing meaningfully to national discourse, acknowledging progress where it exists, and offering constructive critique where it is warranted. For example, Madam Speaker, on my examination of the budget, an area that I feel that progress is taking place and it's worthy of some commendation is the reduction of debt and the improvement of the financial ratios. The Premier would have noted in his address that public debt is down from $494 million in 2020 to a projected $332 million by the end of 2024. The net debt ratio is down from 274% to a projected 14%, and the liquid assets and reserves now sit at approximately 332 days of recurrent expenditure in 2024. Madam Speaker, this is something that I will commend, and I think that we all as Anguillians should be able to acknowledge is fairly a good thing, given the previous situations that we've been in before. And this performance, Madam Speaker, is largely due to the performance of large amounts of revenue being collected by the goods and services tax, as well as revenue gained from our .ai domain. This, coupled with the resilience of our people, the post-COVID rebound in tourism, has placed Anguilla in a more advantageous position than it was before. While we welcome this positive trend, Madam Speaker, in the improvement of our financial ratios, I want to stress the importance of us not becoming too complacent. While the budget has grown from $220 million in 2019 to a proposed $526 million today, more than doubling in that period, we are still an island in a global community and vulnerable to external shocks. With the biggest budget ever in our history, I was surprised as well as a bit concerned to hear that this budget still projects a deficit of $59 million, which will require us tapping into the same reserves in order to fund them. It makes me question, Madam Speaker, the rate of our proposed spending. Because while development and infrastructure is welcomed and necessary, I think we often know too many examples of persons who benefit from increased revenue, they make more money, and in response to that, they simply increase their spending, they make their lifestyles grow to accommodate their new revenue, only for it to work to their detriment when they fall on hard times. The 2025 budget proposes investment in several sizable capital investments, to include the expanded airport, a government office complex, ongoing road development, as well as healthcare infrastructure enhancement. While these initiatives may result in long-term dividends if managed well, Madam Speaker, I do think that it is fair for us to ask, are we going too fast with too many large capital projects being pursued at the same time? Have we established the rigorous oversight and accountability mechanisms to ensure transparency in procurement, adherence to the project timelines, and strict cost control? How do we ensure that the people of Anguilla will be receiving value for money And as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, Madam Speaker, this is an issue that over the years going back, and I'm sure still today, we have several challenges with. How do we fix that going forward as we build Anguilla? Madam Speaker, each large project comes with the temptation to rush, to overspend, or even to compromise transparency for whatever reason. These projects should, or I should rather say must, be subject to rigorous scrutiny with such a large drawdown on the public purse and taxpayer funds. Madam Speaker, we need independent audits, legislative oversight committees, and public reporting of progress and expenditures. Madam Speaker, in previous debates, I have insisted on the importance of transparency, and I do so here again today. I encourage the government to publish quarterly updates on all major capital projects, to include the proposed budgets, the actual spend that was realized, timeline adherence and any reasons for lack thereof, and any emerging challenges, and, might I say, Madam Speaker, this should include and apply to the recently developed Land Symbol Control Center, as well as every ongoing capital project in recent times. Madam Speaker, we need to let independent financial and engineering experts review the procurement processes, and when these independent experts give their opinions, I believe it is only fair to the people of Anguilla that we honor their advice unless given credible reasons to act otherwise. An example that comes to mind, Madam Speaker, is ANGLIC. ANGLIC put forth a three-phase proposed plan or approach to introducing renewable energy in Anguilla, which, if had been supported at the time proposed, could very well have been accomplished by now, given the timeline that was proposed. An independent study was conducted by UK-based company WSP, which was funded by the Caribbean Development Bank, Madam Speaker, not locally, an independent body, which investigated ANGLIC's proposed approach to renewable energy and concluded that the approach proposed by ANGLIC was not only feasible, Madam Speaker, but it was the best way to proceed. Why then has this advice been ignored in favor of pursuing a power purchase agreement, the terms of which have yet to be disclosed to the people of Anguilla? Madam Speaker, the Premier would have noted that the reason for pursuing the PPA was to ensure an immediate transition to renewable energy so the people of Anguilla could experience immediate relief. Here we are 2 years later, Madam Speaker, and nothing. We are still waiting to see the real relief. We have still yet to see renewable energy be introduced here in Anguilla, and ANGLIC's plan was on a 2-year timescale, Madam Speaker. So have we just traded 70% renewable energy for none? Instead, we are hearing about intentions to acquire additional diesel generators. And Madam Speaker, the Premier would have just asked me who was the one stopping ANGLIC.